morning, good morning, good morning. Buongiorno, bonjour, buenos dias, and guten morgen. I'm not sure. No, I covered it all. It's all the Swiss speaks so many languages. Hello and good morning. You are watching RC Racing TV and Pulsar TV coverage from Lostallo in Switzerland for the EFRA large-scale touring car and Formula One European Championships for 2024. And you are seeing pictures live from the pit lane. Thank you very much for joining us. And racers and mechanics are ready to go. We hope you are. We're about to get straight into round 3 of qualifying for the touring car open class. So we'll run through all of this and we'll catch up with everything that happened yesterday in case you weren't with us. But we hope you are all well and joining us. We've already got someone in the chat, so hello to Bob Racer RC. We hope you enjoy the coverage today and the beautiful pictures from Lostallo, the MRTM club. And so here we go. We're about to get going, and let's see what our live timing is saying. So this is the touring car Sport Group 3. So they are rerunning the rain-affected Group 3 race for the fastest group of qualifying. So, yeah, so this is actually a really good thing. The last group of cars that were out on track just as the rain hit they had very, very slow lap times, and it was because the rain came out right in the middle of the racing. So this is actually the third group. I thought we were going to go into Touring Car Open, but yes, we are starting with Touring Car Sport, and we'll describe what that is as well. So there's lots of things to catch up on. So yes, you are watching the EFRA European Championships from Lostallo in Switzerland. My name is Frank from RC Racing TV. You're watching pictures and video from Pulsar TV. So we want to thank everybody at Pulsar, David and Laszlo, for working with us and making sure we're providing you guys an amazing free coverage of this fantastic sporting event live all weekend from Switzerland. We want to thank our amazing sponsors. We've got Mechatech Racing Components, Pulsar, obviously RC Racing TV, RC Fox, SCS M2, which is another great model shop, and also rc-car-online.de. And make sure and check out those shops if you want to get anything. If you want to look up what some of these cars are like in chassis form, look up the Mechatech FW01 car on there and make sure to put Samba airbox and exhausts on that thing when you do. Yeah, if you do happen to get one of these racing machines, these are very, very cool machines indeed. So out on this one, it looks like we're actually missing one of our potential pole contenders, Dennis Tyson from Germany. He hasn't checked in yet, so not sure what is happening there. The car number 1, just looking at the live timing available on myrcm.ch. So you can check out the schedule for today and tomorrow and all of the previous run information from everybody, all the competitors. You can see that on myrcm.ch. And we've got 14 cars are listed, but only 13 cars out on track. So don't know what's happening with Dennis Tyson. That's super unfortunate for him. But it is helpful for some of our top racers. Potential at the moment, our current TQ after 2 rounds counting is Marcus Oppenhurst from Germany, and time has just started. Now we've also got Neo Lebescond, one of our younger racers, out there racing with his dad in one of the previous groups of, I think he's in Group 2 of Touring Car Sport. So let's get going, and we'll catch up with all the information. These drivers okay, so everyone has started their first lap, except for Dennis Tyson. Still not sure if he's going to be checking in late or if he's just going to completely miss this round. It's super important. He had all night to rebuild the car or do whatever needed to be done. These guys, this group of drivers was the last group of drivers that went out on the track just before it started raining, and then the race officials, including club organizers, the race organizers, and the EFRA officials, decided to call the race and say, okay, we're done racing for the day. And that happened at about sometime after 5 p.m. local time yesterday. So just so you note that all of the times that I'm mentioning are Central European time, because that is the local time for the track. So make sure and adjust your time alarms and notices accordingly. So let's see what is happening in the chat room. We got Mitch on the mic checking in from down under. What an epic track and location. Yes. So, Mitch, g'day, mate. Yeah, it is an amazing track. It's really unfortunate that we couldn't be there. We, being the royal we, myself, we couldn't be there in person with the moving camera. But we're doing the best we can, providing these pretty cool pictures from Pool Start TV, and obviously they're sending the images to us, and then I'm talking over them, and then they're being broadcast back out to everybody, so you can take part. So fast lap so far of this qualifying heat. So it's just, remember, this is group, round 3 of qualifying. 26 flat, which is a pretty good pace. Not really approaching the fastest lap times we saw yesterday in qualifying, which was a 25.6, but we may get there. This is the fastest group of qualifying for touring car sport. And while we have just under 8 minutes remaining in this one, you might be going, wait a minute, what's touring car sport now? What is that? I thought it was all one class. Well, it was all one class until this year, when last year at the AGM, the rules were voted. Someone made a proposal, and it was discussed and voted upon, and the federations that race in this category decided, you know what? Actually, it's not a bad idea to have a sport category rather than a fully open category where anything goes with not anything, but engine modifications are allowed in the touring car open category. So they made a new category that that doesn't allow engine modifications. Everything else is exactly the same. So the tires, the bodies, the chassis, all the suspension changes and geometry and stuff like that. All of that's exactly the same, except the engines are just standard, basically. So Zenoa type engines. So anyone who's familiar with two-stroke RC will know what the Zenoa engine, basically it's the 22 size based engines, 22 cc's, and those usually get bored out to 22, 23, 25, 26, 7, 29, 30, 32, etc. So these cars running 23 cc Zenoa type engines, unmodified. And up until yesterday, let's see, so we had Tyson, who is our only racer in this group not running, set TQ yesterday in the first round. Marcus Oppenhurst taking TQ the second round so he's got, at the moment, let's see what his overall qualifying so far is, 3 points. So we're going round by round qualifying, which is a new thing as well for the this category. Some racers like it, some racers don't, but it's what all the other categories use. So hopefully it doesn't get changed back, because it makes it turns it into a rocket round, which a lot of racers don't like, where it comes down to a single run. Rather than being consistent, you just go for a super fast run. And so anyway, at the moment, Oppenhurst sitting on a 0 and a 3, and he's looking to have a 2 in this round, which is still round 3. So if you TQ a round, you have 0 points. If you come in second in the round, you have 2 points. If you come in third, you have 3, and fourth, you have 4, and so on and so on. All the way down to 35 points, I think, because there's 36 racers. Or no, 36 points is the maximum you can get. So it looks like potentially Tyson is going to end up on 36 points for this one, for this round, because obviously he's not running. We can't see him on the timing screen there because the timing only fits 13 names, but there are 14 drivers listed in this race. Tyson is currently number 14. So down to the final 4 minutes now out of 10 for the qualifying. 4 rounds of qualifying, and every driver gets 4 opportunities to do their 10-minute run. And because there's 4 rounds, 2 get thrown out. So you can have a bad run like Tyson is right now. He's going to, like I said, he's going to finish probably on 36 points. But he's going to be able to throw this result out and maybe count. Apologies. Maybe count on the 4th round to be maybe go for TQ once again, or for 2nd and 3rd place. So at the moment, Arthur Simon, one of our contenders to be in the top spot. He's certainly in the top spot right now, on pace to do 23 laps and 10 flat. If you can just improve that time just a tiny bit, he'll have a 24-lap run. It looks like he's about a half a second away from doing that with 3 minutes left to go. Marcus Openhorse, who's at the moment with 2 laps, with 2 rounds counting out of 2, he is sitting on the top spot, but he's being bumped around from 2nd to 5th and 6th now. So, but he's probably going to be finishing. Where is he? Looks like he's on pace to do 2nd place in this one, unless he can drastically improve his time. Simon Arthur improving to 24-lap run time, but if he gets slowed up behind any lap traffic, he's definitely going to drop back down to 23 laps. And who else is up there who might contend? Lebescond, our youngest racer, I think, in this race on track. He's not doing so hot in this run, but he sitting 4th overall after counting 2 rounds out of the 2. But you might, I don't think Giotti or Frette or Giolotti are really in there, so he might be probably staying where he is. Who else is in there? Tim Roskam, son of former world champion Hessel Roskam, doing really well. Hessel telling me that he only raced, the last time he raced was 12 months ago in Groningen in the Netherlands at last year's Euros. So that's Hessel not doing too bad for himself. Currently running 8th after 2 rounds of qualifying. So Simon Arthur running pretty much unopposed there on his 22nd lap and sitting on a 24-lap pace in 10:24. So still just inside that 24-lap pace. And who else is going to be making it? It looks like Oppenhorst. Yeah, he's on a 23-lap 10:08 pace, so he's definitely 2nd fastest. The interesting thing about this particular racing class is that you don't really need to shoot for top qualifier. If you can finish 2nd, you will still go into the main final. So it's certainly a different setup than the other races. Tim Roskam finishing 1st, and looks like 10 seconds on the main clock, but everyone is on their own race time. Finardi, Frette, Rowley all finishing now. Arthur Simon just finishing 24 laps in 10:24.194. So it looks like most of the runners are finishing. Besser is the last one that's on the track who's going to be finishing. And there he goes. So there we go. That is the 3rd round complete. So a complete dry run for these guys. It's only fair because all the other qualifying heats in, well, the 2 other qualifying heats in Touring Car Sport also had dry runs. So let's refresh and see where that puts things. This will be moving things around just a bit. So we've got 1, 3. Just looking at the points total, I think it's still calculating. Got to give the computer a minute or so sometimes, but Oppenhorn's not showing that he has a third run. Okay, so yeah, we're waiting for the computer to just finish compiling things for the ranking lists on my RCM. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So we give that a minute, and we'll come back and buenos dias and Guten Morgen for the next group of racers, which is going to be. I covered it all. It's all the Group 3. Swiss speaks so many languages. Open. Hello and good morning. You are watching RC Racing TV in a few minutes. We'll start Okay, so as you can see, the next group is out on track. This is just their warm-up period. There's 5 minutes between each qualifying race. So that's a 2-minute gap so that drivers can come off the track and the next group can go out into the pits, and the mechanics swap their high-vis vests that you can see in the pit lane. And then there's 3 minutes of warm-up. So you're not missing anything. So when you see that green clock at the top center of the page of the screen, that just means it's their countdown to the race start. So it's only the warm-up period. So Touring Car Open is the open category of touring car, unsurprisingly. So what that means is basically they're allowed to have some engine modifications to the car. So now, if you look online, the price tags of these cars will always frighten you if you're unfamiliar with them. Price tag of a normal. Let me try to find a normal large scale car engine. And we'll see what we can find. So a normal engine for let's see, about 110 pounds. Sorry, just trying to figure out something technical on this side. So a nitro engine is 110 pounds or euros. A big block one, maybe 150. I'm trying to find an engine. an exhaust for a large scale, like an HPI Baja, is 40 euros or pounds. So an engine is going to be just $150 for a cheap one, CY brand. Yeah, $150. So a racing prepped engine, like fully modified and ready to drop in a racing machine, like one of these that you're seeing right here, it's about 400 to 500 euros. So these are absolutely no joke, and that's without getting a one of the Samba exhausts and an airbox. So an airbox is another 100. The exhaust is let me see. And I'm not saying this to scare you off. I'm just saying, these are racing machines, so it's never going to be cheap. So yeah, an older spec one is, wow, okay. For an FG car, which is a fairly old car nowadays, but it's up to 200. So these are high spec machines. So so anyway, I forget where exactly I was going with that, but hopefully you get my point. Anyway, we're less than 9 minutes now, so just over a minute and a quarter in. So yeah, a minute and a half in. We've got Martin Carell, Miles Dixon, Andy Zula, Dieter Fischer, Sam Vaser, Kenneth McCann, Bianca Trotman, Marco Mans, Felix Horens, Pascal Hervé, Paolo Bellotti, Michael Mut-Castelvi, and Hector Abadju. Looks like everyone is racing, and already 2 drivers forecasted to do 24 laps in this one comfortably so far. Hopefully there's no issues with traffic or anything for these guys. So let's talk about the track a little bit. So the MRTM club is based in Lostallo, Switzerland, and I was explaining a little bit about what happened at the club. I think it was only 4 or 5 weeks ago. Ooh, big crash there for a couple of the cars. So yeah, there was actually a pretty devastating floods just a little over a month ago, I believe it was. If you search on Facebook for MRTM Lostallo, you'll find the pictures of the club campsite. There's videos of just literally just a river of water flooding through, getting mud and trees and all sorts of debris everywhere, stones dislodged. There were actually some people in the town that died from the flooding because there was a huge rock slide that came and crushed a couple of houses. So it was actually a really, really terrible time for the town. And the club was literally on the verge of canceling the event. It was 50-50 whether it would even go ahead. But with the blessing of the town's mayor and the townspeople, the club organizers rallied volunteers and people from the town to not just clear the roads going in and out of the town so that emergency crews could come in and clear the side roads and start the rebuilding process, but also do all the repairs necessary to make sure that the campsite could be. You can see all the campsite, the caravans and the tents and the trailers and everything there on the side of the road. Those are all the racers that have traveled, and they've either hired a little camping chalet or a caravan or local RV or something like that, or they've driven there from Norway or the UK or Spain and Portugal and Italy. So these drivers driving hundreds of kilometers, hundreds of miles across Europe to go to all to converge on the Lostallo circuit. And you can see obviously the the pictures and the track itself. This is probably unlike any track that you'll ever visit if you're not a regular on the large scale racing scene. Wow, apologies. Must be, I don't know what's going on. Yes, so it's a beautiful circuit, obviously, as you can see from the pictures that we're getting from Pool Start. And the racers love to go. It's usually an extremely high grip track. Marcus Feldman, world champion and multiple European winner. Multiple world champion and European champion from the past. I'm sure he won't mind me making that slight mistake. But yeah, he was telling me usually by this stage of an event, they're usually actually flipping the cars, or traction rolling or grip rolling, as we say in the UK, just from the amount of rubber that's been laid down. But obviously the flooding is throwing a lot of grit on the track. They've done as much prep work as they can, and of course there was some rain yesterday, so the grip is quite a bit different than what they're used to. And of course right now the track is fairly cold temperatures relatively, so yeah, they are it's just it's a little bit different, a different feel for them on track. So these guys, the Touring Car Open category, all basically chasing Emanuele D'Amico from Italy, who is sitting pretty with 2 TQ runs. So he's TQ'd 2 of the 4 rounds so far. This is the start of the 3rd round. And then they'll go straight into round 4 of qualifying. And then there'll be a short lunch break, a little bit shorter than yesterday, because they have to squeeze in basically 7 races out of the 12 from yesterday. So there's 3 groups of Formula One, 3 groups of Touring Car Sport, and then 6 groups of this class that is on the track right now, Touring Car Open. So Emanuele D'Amico, absolutely dominant in his qualifying and all this week during practice. There's free practice for the first few days and then timed practice. So 2 rounds completed so far and 2 TQ spots for him. Chasing him very, very close, as close as anyone can get, is Dario Baselli. Dario running the MCD, Emanuele running the Mecatech FW01. Dario is last year's European champion in this race at Groningen. Very, very happy chap as well, completing the set basically, because he's 2-wheel drive champion. I believe he's 4-wheel drive champion as well, and last year achieving the touring car champion. Kind of getting the set. Marcus Feldman, as I said, 2-time world champion and also former European champion, running the Mecatech out of Germany. He's our favorite German dentist who races RC. And he is sitting with 8 points after qualifying. Bernard Alan Arnaldi, or BA, as we call him, also on 8 points. He's got a 3 and a 5, so he's finished 3rd in the 2nd round as his best result, and 5th in the 1st round. So that's his 2nd best result. Of course, this is the 3rd round. So we'll see what happens, but BA running the Genius. He's the only driver in the top group to run a Genius except for Hessel Roskam, former world champion. Sindre Undheim, Eduardo Ripetti, who is our champion from 2 years ago. Undheim also, I believe, is he? Oh, I think he's I'm not sure if he's a champion or not, but Verbrugge, another one of their teammates, one of the Mecatech teammates, he's a former European champion. So this class absolutely jam-packed with previous EC and WC winners. Cedric Prevost, he's another always in the top 10. Adam Westholm from Sweden, he's up in there as well. So some names that we feel like we're missing a little bit. Marko Grigic running the RS5. He's a multiple European champion. Sven Rodewald, he's pretty quick as well. Tom Hake. Who else? I know there's a name that I'm. Hetland, Marius Hetland. He's had a 5th and a 67. So he's sitting on 72 points at the minute, but that 67 is definitely going to be a throwout. He's almost certainly going to be in the top 10. Tolinars is another one. He's just behind Hetland. They are both sitting 32nd and 33 out of 78 racers. So we're expecting to see quite a big shuffling once we start getting the throwout results get incorporated into the total points for these racers. And that's going to be happening after the 3rd round of qualifying. So right now we are just finishing up the first group in this round. So in the first round of qualifying, they run in numerical order. So there's 6 groups of Touring Car Open, and they start from groups 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? In group 2, they go backwards. So 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In group 3, they're doing it a little bit different. They shuffle it around a bit. So we've just seen group 3 go out, and the next fastest group, or the next group out is going to be, well, I hesitate to say, but it is technically our slowest group. So group 1 is out next, and then group 2, which is the second fastest group. The fastest group is going to be out in group 6, and they will be on track at 10 a.m. Local time. That's Central European time again. And then one of the middle groups, group 4, is next, and then the second fastest group of group 5 is after that. So we've still got group 1 and 2 to see, and then group 6 will be out on track. So it's literally in about 45 minutes or so, because every 15 minutes a new group is out on track. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. If it doesn't, head over to MyRCM, click the link for MRTM. MyRCM.ch is the website. Click the link for Lostallo, and you can see all the online reports is what you want to click on. And you click into any one of the categories, and you'll see the time schedule for today, which is the 2nd of August. Okay, so I think we've covered most of the housekeeping. So we're going to start seeing, like I said, in about 45 minutes time, we're going to start seeing the real shuffling around of this order. But at the moment, top 10 looking like this. It's Emanuele D'Amico, who had some troubles last year and wasn't able to race in Groningen. He's from Italy. Dario Vaselli from Croatia. I always get the HRV mixed up somehow with Czech Republic. I don't know why. Marcus Feldman from Germany is sitting 3rd. B.A. Arnaldi from France in 4th. Sindre Undheim from Norway. Eduardo Ripetti from Italy. Giovanni Verbrugge from Belgium. I think he's our only Belgian racer. Hessel Roskam from the Netherlands. It's Cedric Prévost from France. And Adam Westholm from Sweden. So I believe, according to the rules, we're only going to have 10 racers in the main final. And so we'll see 4 racers bump up from each of the 2 semifinals. But before that, we're going to see all the bump ups are 3 positions, so top 3 positions from each of the subfinals, which start today after the lunch break. So just so everyone is aware. So we'll just take a wee break, and not a wee break, but just a small break. And we'll let the last minute and a half of warm-up continue for this Group 3 of large-scale touring car open. Okay, so time has just clicked off for everybody. You see the time changing. It keeps clicking up to 10 minutes. That's because as each driver crosses the timing loop to start their run, they are resetting their own start clock. So first drivers out are Reint Jan Kunst and Dario Lorencevic and Tyrone Quinlivan, and the next, all the rest of the racers. 12 racers supposed to be out on track, and 12 racers all checked in. So we're just waiting for them to all come across and complete their first laps. And we'll start to see how they're doing. So this being the slowest group of racers, the first group, they're going to be a little bit slower than the last group that we saw, because this is Group 1. The last group of cars that we saw just out on track previously a few minutes ago was Group 2. So we'll start to see the forecasted lap times and the individual lap times are going to be just a tiny bit slower than Group 3, because the way the practice, well, the way the European Championships work for large scale is, and generally for all the nitro classes, the first 2 days of the week are open practice, so it's free practice. There's no timing, there's no official timing. Although I think everyone can use the computer system to see their individual lap times and their 5-minute times or 10-minute times and so forth, just to kind of gauge where they are compared to everybody else. So that's the first 2 days. I don't know exactly how it works. I don't think they're allowed to just be out on the track for 2 hours straight, but maybe they are. I don't know. The second day, Wednesday, is timed practice. So it's the official timed practice. There's 2 rounds of it, and I believe that started this for this event. I believe it started after lunch on Wednesday, and that's where the drivers are ranked roughly according to ability and previous results and stuff like that. So you don't have, like, say, a previous European champion isn't lumped in with people who it's their first time at a European Championships, because it's basically going to be really disadvantageous if they're constantly having to drive past people in a 10-minute run. And the computer basically can track, obviously, their individual lap times, and what the drivers are trying to get is their fastest 3 consecutive laps. And that will put them into what we call seeding practice, which is time practice, seeding practice, controlled practice, all generally mean the same thing. So the fastest 3 consecutive laps decide where you sit in the qualifying order. And we see some racers who seem to be maybe a little bit out of position. And maybe they didn't get a good practice run on the Wednesday, and maybe they got 1 run and didn't get any time at all in the second run, or who knows. If you break early on, you lose in one of these time practice runs. You lose so much advantage. I should say you're heavily disadvantaged. And then that's how we see these drivers get matched into their groups. So this here is the drivers who had the, I don't want to say the worst, but the least good controlled practice times. And we also see a few drivers who haven't started. So we see some racers that you can see their names there. They don't have any times at all. They may not actually be here. Or they've decided, if I were there and I had a car, I'd definitely want to be on track, even if I was the dead last, but you never know. We've also had one driver who's actually stopped out on track somewhere. He's just pulled into the pits. So yeah, that's generally how the week works. Oh, we've got a car spinning off, and he's able to maintain traction just a bit. He's able to. He nearly gets collected up by that white and purple car. That was a close one. But you can see this the Lostallo track is quite complex, really. Many different option lines that you can take. And obviously for the European Championships, they use the longest layout that they have available to them. You see there's a chicane on the inside, on the infield there. They could run it as a tri-oval potentially, which is that's pretty much what I'm sort of used to coming from racing in the U.S. with a couple of there's a big gaggle of cars in the middle. It's 4 cars all together. So I can tell who that's the 5, 3, 7, and 1. I think no, the 5, 3, 5, 3, 7, and 1 all together on track there. So yes, what I was saying was you have a tri-oval track, or maybe even a quad oval with 4 corners, like Indianapolis or something like that. And then you have the infield where you have where you're able to cut into the infield and basically make alternate layouts, basically. So you can have a short track one week and a longer track the next week, and you have multiple different short track layouts, and just make it varied and interesting. So there's pretty much kind of my ideal track layout here. This if I were a millionaire, this is pretty much what I would do. Have a big long pit lane, the good acceleration coming out, and a good deceleration coming in. The track we were at last week for large scale off road has, if you can imagine, a track almost as big as this as for the on road side of things. There's large scale and 1/8 scale, and on the literally on the other side of the driver's stand is the off road track, and that's where we were focused on last week in Hanbeck-Brest, France. But then also there's another smaller driver's stand with a 10 scale size carpet off-road and another 10 scale size on-road track. So there's actually 4 different tracks using 2 driver's stands, and there's an RC crawling area. Just as an attempt to appease some of the drivers, I'm sure some of the club members that want to give it a go. It's just like lots of rocks laid out and all sorts of stuff. It's pretty cool. So basically 5 different driving areas, and then there's also a permanent restaurant, which is pretty cool. And you can imagine during the winter months they could probably set that up as a 12 scale and a mini Z track. So potentially a track this size and a track about as big for off-road. That would be the millionaire dream setup for model car racing. They're pretty awesome, really. The dream setup. So 2 minutes left in this one. Fastest lap for this group is 26.1. So yes, as I was saying, just a tiny bit slower on the fastest lap. And of course, that's just a single fast lap, but it's slightly indicative. It gives an idea, really. So just a 1/10 slower overall on the fastest lap. But it looks like Gullikson is going to do pretty well. So just curious where he's sitting overall at the moment, Gullikson. Ole Henrik Gullikson with a 56 and a 57. So pretty consistent, really. Driving a Mechatech. Speaking of Mechatech, this is one of our event sponsors this weekend. So thank you very much, Mechatech, for putting your hand in your pocket and providing some sponsorship for the coverage here. Pictures provided by Pullstart and vocals provided by RCTV. My name is Frank. I work full-time for RCTV, and hopefully you've heard some of our commentary. Well, my commentary before on RCTV. I was doing the large scale off-road last week. We also want to thank SCS M2, RC Fox, and RCCarOnline.de. So there's 3 fantastic model shops that you can. They're large-scale specialists and well, basically all kinds of RC specialists, but specializing as also in large-scale on-road and off-road cars. Another one of our sponsors is Samba. Samba providing, well, for the majority of the field, the air boxes, which is the air intakes, which help control the amount of noise that the exhaust put out, and also the actual exhausts themselves. So really cool looking titanium exhausts. So we want to thank all of our amazing sponsors for splashing the cash and providing sponsorship for this free live coverage for you guys to watch. So there's our finishing order for Group 1. So Group 2 will be out next, and then we'll have Group 6, which is our fastest group of racers. So the fastest group of guys, racers, will be, let me see if I can pull that up. We're going to be out at 10 local time, so it's about 15 minutes from now. Large-scale touring car. Heat arrangements for quali. So heat 1, okay, so heat 6. Oh, this is quite handy, isn't it? So Heat 2, which is our group coming out now, is Harvard Gulliksen. So obviously related to Ole Gulliksen, who was in the previous run, both from Norway. Andy Fuchs from Switzerland. Fraser Shoveler from the UK. Ismael Gutierrez Aparicio from Spain. And also Tomas Romero Loriente, or is that Loriente from Spain? Dennis Ozgur from Turkey, Clement Morlingham from France, Alish Pique Fernandez from Spain, sorry, Arnaud Brassart from France, Andrew Heslop from the UK, David DeFeo and Uli Bichel from Switzerland, and Jorg Monke from Germany. And I can even give you their club information if you wish. Or no, these are the federation infos actually. So if you were Norwegian and you wanted to find out about racing in your area, you can go to EFRA.ws and find the racing, find the links for NMF, which is the Norwegian Model Federation, I would imagine. In Switzerland, the initials you want to look for are the SRCCA. In the UK, BRCA. In Spain, AECAR or ICAR. In France, it's FFVRC. So I believe that would be the French Federation, something radio-controlled automobiles or something like that. And in Germany, you'd look for DMC. Okay. So hopefully it's some helpful info for you guys. Basically, if you just go to EFRA.ws, and if you're interested in organized model car racing, you can get that info from EFRA.ws. So the top group of racers are going to be out next after this group of racers, so in about 13 minutes or so. And those are Emanuele D'Amico, Marcus Feldman, Giovanni Verbrugge, Eduardo Rapetti, Bernard Alan Arnoldi, Marius Hetland, Dario Vaselli, Hessel Roskam, Sindre Unheim, Cedric Prevost, Martelli Gianmarco, Tom Hake, and Michael Donovan. So these are our the 13 fastest racers out of seeding practice, or timed/controlled practice. And they have been lumped together in this one group. And so just because we always have people who are interested in what's happening here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the 13 drivers are running Mechatech. I'm not sure what Gianmarco is running, but I know that Hessel Roskam is running a Genius. So he and BA Arnaldi are the only ones running a Genius. And the only one running an MCD is Dario Vaselli, who's last year's touring car European champion. So all of the Mechatech racers, except for Donovan, are running the Mechatech Top Gun engine. And you can search for literally just Mechatech, Mecatec, and then the words Top Gun, like the movie, like Maverick. Search for those on either RC Fox, rccaronline.de, or SCS-M2. Just search for that model name or the URL in your favorite search engine, and then search for, when you find the web shop, just search for Mechatech FW01 and Mechatech Top Gun for the car and engine of choice. And then the body show, you're going to need that as well. So it's the Alpha Model Car Studio is what most of all of those drivers are running, basically. Although there's one that's running a BMW SLB TRT. I think that's BMW something long base. I'm long wheelbase. The tires that everyone is running. So tires are a very individual thing. Tom Hawk, I don't have any information for him or Martelli or Roskam. But it seems to be evenly split between PMT and GRP. So GRP is a long-running Mr. Gandini, one of the EFRA associate members, and PMT also as well. Can't remember what the P stands for, but it's a gentleman's name who owns it, and then Model Tire, and then GRP is Gandini Racing Products, I believe. So, of course, both of them from Italy. So, but they have their own individual, they don't have, they're not exactly the same rubber for both. So, D'Amico is running PMT tires, and Feldman and Ripetti. Ripetti is also running PMT tires. Last year, 2 years ago, he was a European champion, so he's no slouch. Neither is B.I. Arnaldi. He's a 3-time European champion. Feldman himself, former champion. Verbrugge, another former champion. So these guys know what they're doing, but you can't literally just take one driver's setup and put it on your car and hope it's going to work, because you might be running a different wing angle. You might be running different tires. You might be running literally different racing style. I was talking to Eduardo earlier today, saying that he has tried, as you would, because these guys are on a team. They're all pitting together. They can just go, hey, what are your shock settings? Give me, can you give me the either digitally or just tell me, because if you're familiar with touring car racing, or just in general any of the classes that X-Ray do. X-Ray is quite good at sharing their driver info, not just with the the wider racing world, to go, hey, fellow members of our racing team in the US or anywhere across Europe. Here's what Bruno ran in the Euros last week, and here's what David ran, and here's the differences between their thing. They do that. Obviously, it's even more tight and integrated when these drivers, these pro racing drivers, are sat across from each other in the paddocks and pits. So anyway, my point is, Feldman and Ripetti, they told me directly, yes, we've tried D'Amico's setup. Ripetti said it just doesn't work for me. D'Amico likes to come into a turn and almost stop, compared to how Ripetti likes to drive. He likes a more neutral, planted rear end, whereas Ripetti likes a quite loose rear end. So you can't just go, hey, fast teammate. I used to race HPI touring cars quite a bit, and when Hara was on the team, you can't just walk up. I mean, you can, but it's not necessarily going to be helpful, because Hara's driving style will be completely different to mine. And not to mention, all the other general things like servo speeds and, how much downforce, you're running front and rear and all sorts of things like that. So it's, there's only so much that cloning a setup will be able to do for you. So Ross Williams, hello Ross, joining us in the live chat. If you are watching us on RC Racing TV's YouTube channel, pop in and say hi. If you want to support our coverage, not just for this event, but for all of our future events and all of our longer form videos, make sure and hit the join button and see what great benefits you get. If you're an RCTV hero, you can join the channel just like many other YouTube creators. Basically, it's a monthly subscription, just a few dollars or shekels per month, and you get really cool stuff like from our end, you get advanced access to longer form videos like our RC autopsy. You get 10% discount on 10% discount on our merch shop, which is available worldwide pretty much on rcracingtv.com. And you get a cool logo next to your name. You get a highlighted name in the live chat. The logo changes every month. The longer you stay with us, the logo changes. It's quite cool, isn't it? So it starts off black and then it changes over time. So you might be able to see some people who are longer members for a longer period, and you'll see different logos, colored logos next to your name, and it's quite fun and cool. And the main thing is that really does honestly really help us bring this and other fantastic coverage to you. We've got H2GP coming up from California in next month. We're in the start of August already somehow. So next month we're going to be in covering H2GP. It's like fantastic STEM student science, technology type stuff from the U.S. in Southern California. We're going to be at the Worlds that same weekend in Radovan. So make sure and hit the subscribe button and click the bell so that you know when we are live. We're also going to be at ETS the week before that, and the weekend after that we're going to be in, well, I myself personally will be in Italy, which I'm really looking forward to cover the 1/8 Nitro Track Euros from Le Corotondo, and the weekend after that we'll be at the Hertz GP, not GP, but the Hertz RC Club endurance race. I think it's 2 days of 12 hours of racing. So it's going to be quite a lot going on in September. August, not so busy, but we do have, I'm going to be going to Belgium later this month with one of our other commentators, James Stewart, and I'm not sure who's going to be on camera, but it's going to be someone else. And yeah, so it'll be all this coverage brought to you for free, obviously. So we want to thank everyone for joining us. So just a minute and a half left in this qualifying run for Group 2 of Large Scale Touring Car Open. Next group out is going to be the fastest group, group number 6, which is going to be, again, it's going to be D'Amico, our current TQ, and it looks like the man to beat. We'll see if anyone can do it in round 3 and round 4. So it's the final round. Well, the second and last round of qualifying. There's 4 total rounds of qualifying. So D'Amico is sitting pretty with 2 round TQs. So he's sitting on 0 points. Marcus Feldman also in this one, in the next one, with 2 world championships and 1 European championship to his name. Giovanni Verbrugge, also another former European champion, Ripetti, another former European champion. B.A. Arnoldi, a 3-time European champion. Marius Hetland, who's been close so many times already. Certainly going to be a European champion in the future, almost certainly. Dario Vaselli, the defending champion in this category. Hessel Roskam, former world champion. Sindre Undheim, Cedric Prevost, Marcelli Gianmarco, Tom Haka, and Michael Donovan. So it's 13 racers in the next group coming out. So this is what we've been waiting for and what we've been building up to. So this group 2, fastest lap time 25.1. That's the second faster than the fastest lap time in group 1. Okay, sorry, we're just trying to sort out some technical issues. Right, so 1 minute to go before the clock starts for this group here. This is group 1. Like I was saying, fastest group after seeding. This is, everyone has checked in. We've got D'Amico, Feldman, Verbrugge, Ripetti, Arnoldi, Hetland, Vaselli, Roskam, Undheim, Prevost, Gianmarco, Hake, and Donovan. Let's see if I can bring up the information I was getting from I think that was with the checkers is the checkered car with the orange front and blue rear is definitely Vaselli. Croatians love that checker effect. There we go. Clock has started. So we'll see the time keep restarting. It'll count down a couple seconds and then go back up to 10. That's because the drivers, as each driver comes across the start their very first time lap, the clock starts back up at 10 minutes. So everyone has a full 10 minutes of racing. It's the third round of qualifying, which is very slightly delayed from last night. So Repetti, Roscam, Gianmarco, D'Amico coming across already. 23.9 already, his very first lap. Blindingly fast. No one else can touch this guy. He is so quick. Already he's on a 25 lap pace, and he might be able to improve that 26. We haven't seen that happen yet. He is on a 26 lap pace now, 10:21. So this could be the fastest run of the week if he's able to maintain that, and he's several seconds under the cutoff time. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if it starts to creep up into the 10:24, 10:25 mark. Well, if it goes 10:25, that's a 25 lap run. But D'Amico 10:23, so it has gone up a couple seconds, but that's just a forecasted time. So that just means 24.1 is his second lap, which again, no one else has touched. No one else can hit that. Feldman is the only one who has done a 24.1 in this run. That's the first time I've seen anyone other than D'Amico do a 24.1. D'Amico's fastest lap at 23.8. It's even faster. So he's back to a 25 lap in 10:03. So he's dropped in pace just a bit, but the first couple laps, that's only because he's done a 24.2. He would have to improve, basically just do a consistent run of nothing but 24 flats, which he's just literally done. Everyone else is racing for second place here. We've got Arnoldi, Vaselli, Prevo, Hetland, Feldman, Repetti. That's the first time Emanuele's come across, and he's not come out on the top step. 24.2. Repetti is okay. I think Repetti might be. No, I just did a 24.5. We got three drivers who've done 24.1 fastest lap times. It's Vaselli, Hetland, and Feldman. So we have some challengers out there. Repetti also. But no one doing a 24 flat, which is what D'Amico has just done. He's done a pair, 2 or 3 laps at 24 flat. He's done a couple laps at 23.8. His very first lap across the timing line was 23.9. D'Amico again, 24.1. And for him, that's a slow lap. Just keep that in mind. Everyone else, a 24.1 is their fastest lap. Undheim has just done a 24.1. Vaselli also backing his up with a 24.1. Repetti at 24.3. Gianmarco, 24.4. D'Amico, his slowest lap, he's just done that at 24.2, which half the field have not been able to achieve, and that's his slowest lap. Just under 6 minutes remaining now. D'Amico on pace for 25 laps in 10:02. He's just done another 24 flat. You see the pull start videos covering is attempting to follow D'Amico go around. D'Amico still on a 10:02 pace. Feldman, the closest to him, on a 10:07 pace, so running 5 seconds behind. Repetti 10 seconds behind D'Amico. Just for information for tomorrow, these guys are going to have a 30-minute main final. So assuming all of these drivers make it into the main final, if we extrapolate this 10-minute run out into basically multiply it by 3, running 5 seconds behind on the forecasted computer extrapolated time, Feldman would be 15 seconds behind after 30 minutes. So the thing is, anything can happen. So lap traffic especially is the big one, and that's why the marshals, the referees are always very busy. D'Amico just improving very slightly to a 25 lap at 10:01 pace. He's just done another 23.8, that was his fastest lap time, 23.816. Feldman on a 25 lap 10:08. Sorry, no, that's Hetland. Feldman still on a 10:07 pace. D'Amico doing a 24 flat. If he can do a few more 23.8s, or even 23.9, if he wants to go slow. I mean, a 23.9 is a 24.3 for D'Amico. That's literally his slowest lap. And I see several drivers in this one, they haven't even achieved that in their fastest lap during this run. So his pace has slowed to a 25:10:03 now. Just come across and done a 24 flat, literally 24.004. You couldn't get any flatter. So he's improved his time to a 25:10:02. There's still 2.5 minutes to go, or 2 minutes 45 seconds. About to come across the line in a few seconds. I think he's the white and green car. So he's improved to 24.1. So it's gotten a little bit better to a 25 laps in 10:02. .24.1 last time around, and 24 flat this time. So he's improved his overall forecasted time by 0.2 of a second by going a 1/10 of a second faster on that last lap. But Sindre Undheim matching him. Undheim now actually matching Feldman's time. Just going a tiny bit better on the predicted final time by 0.4 of a second. So Undheim popping up in there, not quite out of nowhere. Now he's gone to a 10:06 predicted time. Feldman to a 10:06.7, Undheim to a 10:06.1. So running half a second faster. And this is all predicted times, by the way. So because they're all spread out, we have to use the predicted time that the computer's telling us. But Feldman and Undheim both doing 24.2s. D'Amico doing a 23.9, which yesterday was his fastest time. Remember, so today it's among his slowest times. It's improving to a 25:10:02 flat, 25:10:02.1 now predicted time. He's just done a 24 flat. Undheim just matching his time last time around. Undheim actually running just behind D'Amico on track, and Feldman just behind Undheim. So using the car ahead to pace each other, but Feldman running in the same area of track as Gianmarco and Repetti. So So the key is to focus on the car that you are chasing, not on the cars that you are around, but you also have to make space for the cars that are around you and next to you, and try to make sure that don't get accidentally brake checked. Cars are starting to finish now. 15 seconds left on the master clock. D'Amico comes across and finishes on 25 laps in a 10:02 run. That is certainly going to be fastest time. Undheim also in 25 laps. For Brugge, Ripetti, Feldman, Gianmarco all finishing now. But D'Amico on another TQ run. He has set TQ as well. I mean, it didn't take a brain surgeon to figure out that he was going to be setting TQ overall, but as predicted, a 10:02 pace to get 25 laps. Undheim right up in there, 10:06, 10:07 for Verbrugge, 10:07 for Feldman. Those guys only separated by literally not even a 10. What was that? Six hundredths of a second separating Verbrugge and Feldman in that last run. B.A. Arnaldi, 10:11. Hetland, Ripetti, Gianmarco, Donovan, Hawk. Vaselli, big loser on that one, 24 laps in 10:18. So he's missing a lap somewhere. And Roskam, previous world champion, unfortunately dropping out after 15 laps. So we'll see how that has upset the apple cart when we refresh the qualifying results page on my RCM, the ranking lists. So D'Amico taking TQ with a 0, and a throwout as a 0. Undheim now throwing himself into the ring, all equal on points between Undheim, Feldman, Vaselli, and Verbrugge. So these guys, basically now it's already been a race for second, but now it's so tight going into the final round of qualifying. One round of qualifying left, 4 drivers on the same points, and Arnaldi possibly as well in contention as well. Hetland on 11 points, Arnaldi on 8. We've got Verbrugge, Vaselli, Feldman, and Undheim all on 6 points. Ripetti on 13, Gianmarco on 15, Roskam on 18. That's your top 10. We've got D'Amico, Undheim, Feldman, Vaselli, Verbrugge, Arnaldi, Hetland, Ripetti, Gianmarco, and Roskam. It's your top 10. Wow, super, super tight. It couldn't be any tighter between second place drivers, all tied together after 3 rounds of qualifying, all tied together on the exact same number of points. It's going to come down to throwouts. I'm sure D'Amico is going to run the final qualifying just to test some tires or test something, I'm sure. Potentially take away the 0, assuming that he does take TQ again in the 4th round. That will take away the possibility of anyone else taking 2 points off of somebody. So let's see. I'm not sure that Vaselli has the actual speed to take TQ for the 3rd round message of qualifying. But if he were able to, that would put him 2 points ahead of everybody else. Because he is running an MCD. I mentioned that only because he's running an MCD, and the other top 5 drivers are running Mechatex. So I'm sure D'Amico is going to run the 4th round of qualifying. So that it's still going to come down to the throwouts and who can take 2nd overall. All of these drivers, except for Verbrugge, have a 2nd place finish in the qualifying round so far. So it's going to be Undheim, Feldman, and Vaselli have all finished 2nd. Verbrugge is the only one who hasn't. But if one of these drivers can take 2nd in the 4th round of qualifying, that's going to put them on 2 points. So that is going to be the race in the 4th round of qualifying. So 4th group out now. This is the 3rd fastest group of racers. So hopefully you guys are as G'd up as we are. Ollie Butnick, thank you very much. Thank you for pointing out that Feldman got a 23.9. So I did miss that. There were so many drivers popping up and down in that second position. It's very, very tight. I did see Rapetti very, very briefly on top, but not able to quite take it up in there. He's on 13 points. So he's a few spots behind. If he's able to take a 0, that would give him 6 points. If he would be able to take a 2, that would give him 8. But if any of these other drivers are able to get second place, that would put him ahead. So it all comes down to the math now. And I know the prevailing attitude with the top drivers that I've been chatting with, which is that would be Feldman, Vaselli, Rapetti, Roskam, the ones who replied about the question of using the round-by-round qualifying, they tend not to prefer it, really. And I'm assuming if they're not answering the question, I'm assuming they're not preferring it. So yeah, I'm not really understanding why exactly. They like that rocket round, the large scale guys, but we'll see if the rules change again later in the year. But meanwhile, very, very tight between these guys. So this group, just about 8 minutes left in Group 4. We've got Patrick Muller from Switzerland, Sven Rodewald from Germany, John Carroll from Czech Republic, Jarrett Williams from the UK, Adrian Vignacotto from Spain, Rene Jean from Austria, Simone Curcio from Italy, Luc Vandenberg from the Netherlands. He's, again, I'll mention this every time we say his name, but he is the new, current, just last week, crowned European champion in large-scale off-road two-wheel drive. Didier Dahan from France, also in there. Ramon Schmidt from Switzerland. Carsten Wolf from Germany. Ewan Moriad from France. And Sebastian Mancia from Sweden. Sweden. So, Ollie, if you have any other insights that you want to share, just pop them in the chat for sure. I won't stop you, obviously. So, any other racer, top-level racer insights, Ollie? Consistently the fastest guy in touring car pro stock, I think, is the class in ETS. So thank you very much, Ollie, for hopping in and laying the snow. Okay, so let's see if we can get caught up with things. Rodewald on, well, he's pretty much on top. Ramon Schmidt just ahead of him on track. So Ramon and Rodewald running on each other's pace roughly. Did I read off the wrong names? I think I read off the wrong names. Because it's group 4 is out there. I thought I read off group 4. No, I did. Yeah. My bad. A little confusing there. Confusing myself. Rodewald and Schmidt running neck and neck. Jean Carroll, Rene Jean trying to put themselves forward as well. Rodewald, last year's four-wheel drive off-road large-scale European champion. So where Sven is sitting overall at the moment. Of course, his third round isn't counting just yet, but he's sitting 19th. So a decent chance he'll be in the semis. We've got three drivers who are not finishing this run. So there's 13 listed, so there's still 10 out on track. So the next group out is going to be Group 5, which is going to be our second fastest group of open class racers. And then we're going to start the fourth round of qualifying with F1. And that will be... So the fastest group will be out first for F1 and also for Touring Car Sport. And then, yes, so we're going to build up to Group 6, which the racers that we just saw. They will be the very last group of qualifiers out, and they will be out at 1:30 Central European Time. So mark your, make a note, set your alarms. 1:30 European time is when Group 6, the fastest group of racers, will be out there, and we'll see what happens. So it is actually curious that Marcus Feldman was telling me that he finished fourth in that round. So it's the second best result for qualifying so far. Feldman is running GRP tires, and he was saying that he's trying D'Amico's setup in this run. D'Amico is on PMT tires, so two different brands, two different types, two different feels of tires. Anyone who's raced at the sharp end of racing grid will know that although one tire, they may look exactly the same, they may just be rounded black, but you know, they might have the same shape, tire sipes and tread and all that stuff, but they are going to be just a bit different, and sometimes they're very, very different, even within the brand. But obviously, running the soft from one brand and the soft from another brand are going to be quite different. So, yeah, he's did pretty well there, but Undheim also running the Mechatech. I wonder what setup Undheim is running. Let's see if I can send out a couple messages and get hopefully some extra info. Eduardo Rapetti telling me earlier that he himself prefers to have the car neutral in the corners, so to maintain the speed, whereas D'Amico likes to have his car almost come to a stop because it slides. But Rapetti running the same brand of tires, PMT, as D'Amico. Sven Rodebald looks like he's going to be bossing this one, with John and Carol fighting over second. Corchio taking the fastest lap so far, 24.7. So that is, there you go. 24 laps in 10.06 is the final result. That's a full 4 seconds ahead of John, and even further ahead than Williams. So we'll see how that affects the qualifying. Of course, that was group number 4, I believe. So Rodevald, does that bump him? It does bump him up 4 whole spots. So 10th overall so far. However, there is group 5 yet to come out, which is the Sven didn't seed himself high enough after the time of practice. So he may drop down a bit, but 10th overall, even if he finishes 15th or 16th overall in the 3rd round, we'll see how that puts him. But so far, his best result. Hockett also doing fairly well. Let's see who else is up there that might be threatening in the semis. Remember, top 2 in qualifying goes straight into the main final, and then it's everyone else in the semis. And the subfinals. So this next group out, group 5. So this is the second fastest group of racers. These are the racers who are threatening to drop Sven down the overall listings for round 3. Yeah, round 3 of qualifying. So you are watching the EFRA large-scale European Championships for touring car, for large-scale touring car and large-scale formula. So thank you very much for joining us. We are live-ish from the MRTM Club in Lostallo, Switzerland. Pictures and sound are provided by Pulsart TV. Commentary is provided by RC Racing TV. So my name is Frank McKinney. We've got James and Matt in the studio here in the UK. And on the ground, we've got not just the racers, but we've got David and Laszlo from Pulsart TV providing the images for us. So thank you very much to them. And thank you very much to our most generous sponsors. We've got rccaronline.de, RC Fox, you can see right there on the screen, SCS M2. All 3 of these are fantastic model shops online that you can check out from all of your various regions, no matter where you are. Of course, European and worldwide delivery available, naturally. And when you're there, make sure and check out the Samba exhausts and air pipes, air boxes, and make sure you fit them to your Mechatech Racing Components FW01 rear-wheel drive large-scale touring car. And if you want to know about racing in your areas, wherever you are in Europe, visit EFRA.ws, and you can find out about organized racing in your neck of the woods. And I say organized racing because disorganized racing is, Yeah, it's fun, but it's just bashing, isn't it? You want organized racing, you want this level of racing, you're going to want to visit EFRA.ws and find out how to get involved in racing in your country and, potentially, European level racing, such as this right here from the MRTM Club in Lostallo. So 9.5 minutes now remaining in this the final group of cars out for qualifying round 3. So these drivers were meant to finish racing last night, but it started racing during the fastest group of touring car sport that was out. So they got to rerun their qualifying this morning. Unfortunately, Dennis Tyson not making it for this morning's qualifying run. He was out, I believe, yesterday, but I can't quite remember. I can't remember exactly if it was, but that information is on myrcm.ch. If you want to look at everyone's individual lap times, you can find all that detail there. And now, so we're finishing round 3 of qualifying, and we're going to go after this run right now. We're going to go straight into round 4 of qualifying. Rick Vanderpool looks like he's not having a great time out there on track. He had a big mistake or something happened to him in the previous round as well. So Rick, one of the racers that I've been chatting with to get some inside info. But Placido Crickery and Adam Westholm, in fact, they're up on top, both on a 25-lap 10:17 pace. Let's see. So the top racer in Group 4, which was the previous run, was Sven Rodevald. He finished run 3 on a 24:10:06 pace. So he's unfortunately well off the pace compared to what top few drivers in this one are. So looks like he might drop a few more places than what he'd like. So Crickery, Westholm, Keller, Sampietro, Pajalin, Grigic. A little curious why Grigic is in this one. He's a multiple former European champion in this race, in this category. He is the only one, however, running the RS5 chassis, so that might be a factor. He's not going to be able to get any setup information or help from the other racers. I think he's the only one running RS5. Most racers running the Mechatech, few running the MCD, a few running the Genius, a few more running the Genius than the MCD. The RS5, yes, he's the only one listed as running the RS5 car from Italy. Most of these cars are designed and made in Italy. I think MCD is the only one that isn't. And for those of you who are familiar with large-scale racing from what I call the old days, no one is running the FG that we are aware of. So just under 5.5 minutes remaining. So one notable exception this weekend, unfortunately, for this event is missing racer of Alessio Mazzeo, who'd also normally be running the RS5, but I believe he was meant to be running the brand new Capricorn large scale car. Those of you who are interested as to why he's not here, you can check out his page on Facebook. But we won't get into that here. So 4.5 minutes racing remaining in group round 3. Final group of racers for qualifying. We're going to roll straight over into group 4. So far we've only seen the touring cars out there, but we've got Formula 1 cars out next. So make sure and stick around. Quite interesting to see them go around. It's in some cases more exciting than what happens out on the full-size track. Not quite as much off-track drama, though, I must say, which is a good thing, really. We do have a couple of racers who are basically class of the field and in a race of their own, basically, between them. Italy versus France. That's for the Formula class, which is coming up next. So 2 minutes left. Adam Westholm looks like he's bossing this one. He's on a 25:10:18 pace. So we're looking at the time for Rodewald earlier, and it looks like he might drop 7, maybe 8 or 9 places in this qualifying round. The times are the qualifying runs are jumbled around a little bit in the groups. I'm looking at him specifically just because he's one of the drivers I know personally and can chat with. Of course, every driver out there looking to do the best, as best as they can. Tolinars looks like he's a bit out of position as well. Grigic, like he might do fairly. He's actually threatening Westholm for the overall spot in this one. Of course, they're racing with everybody else on the same times. I mean, in this round of qualifying, all the times will be compared and then sorted in order from fastest to slowest. Fastest driver for the round, which in this case is Emanuele D'Amico. And Westholm, Grigic, San Pietro, everyone's coming across the finish. Keller, Quickry, Wiki, Pajalin, Go Gonzalez, Harleman, Domig, Hazenberg, Tolinars. Hornig has finished. Vanderpool, really unfortunate. He broke out or something happened there. Got to drop him a line. So I've been dropping a few of these guys some messages, but of course they are very, very busy. I would imagine if it were me, the best thing to do would be to put your phone away and never pick it up during such an important race day. But I'm hoping some of them pick it up, so just get some extra info. But sending out a few messages here and there, but I'm not 100% confident I'm going to get any returns. So that is it for round 3 of qualifying. As you can see, the Formula cars out there now, and yes, I would say about half of them run replica paint schemes. And I'm told that in the Swiss club, this is the Swiss club, the regular racers there, the club members, will get together every year, and I'm sure have a few drinks and a nice meal, and then decide between them. I'm not sure how they do it. I would imagine it's either random choice or whatever. What actual full size team livery they'll run. So you'll have some cars that will run the BWT livery from Alpine. You'll have some cars that run the Ferrari scheme and McLaren and Mercedes and et cetera, et cetera. And so it's all very nerdy and sounds pretty awesome to me. Blind Goose, sorry, I didn't see your message from a while back, but I did mention this a while ago, saying that if you remember from the olden times, the FG cars would be around. So Blind Goose 1 saying, I'm of the old days, used to drive the FG and Lauterbacher in the 1990s until 2002. And he says, well, I guess FG from around 1995. So that's pretty cool. I've never actually seen a Lauterbacher car. Of course, the FG brand is still around as, I suppose, sort of like an intro/starter brand now. So still using a lot of the older designs from way back when, because they don't have to change the machinings and the molds and stuff like that. Of course, they're not quite a race spec brand nowadays, but still a decent enough brand. And of course, parts support still out there. A lot of the cars still around. And of course, I used to work at HPI, so I'm quite familiar with the HPI Baja, which for whatever reason just never took off as a racing car. I'm pretty sure it's because it was quite a long wheelbase compared to the two-wheel drive large scale off-road buggies, but still a pretty decent car, I would think. I mean, race spec, yeah, maybe not quite up there, but the Hormans and the Elcons and FG cars still, well, like I said, maybe not the FGs, but a lot of brands out there. So Blind Goose saying Lauterbacher car was great, just not in the beginning. I would imagine probably it would take probably a couple of years and a lot of money and time and effort to make sure that you have a good racing car. So this is the fastest group of F1 large scale. Rick telling me that his transponder wasn't counting. So So that's not good. So hopefully he can get that sorted. I'm not sure though. It will take some effort to plead your case if your transponder's not counting at a European Championship. But hopefully that can be sorted. Meanwhile, we're going to be looking at the F1 category. Now, we've got two drivers, really, that we're going to be focusing on. And that is going to be Saverio Rosignoli. So no guesses for where he is from. He's from Italy. And we also are going to be looking at Sebastian Marino, who is our two-time European champion in this category. Saw him win in Fiorano. We saw him win last year in Groningen. The only other driver that's ever really threatened him that we've ever seen, with my eyes, is Saverio Rosignoli. So we'll see how this works out for them. Rosignoli not checking in just yet. I think he has crossed the line to start his lap, his first lap. If he doesn't come out for this race, it's not going to be good. Be almost handing it to Marino. Marino certainly crossed over for his first his 2 laps. It looks like Rosignoli isn't starting. So we don't know what's happened there. There's no technical timeouts in qualifying or in the subfinals. Only for the semifinals and the main final can you have up to a 10-minute technical timeout. So with Marino crossing to get finish his 3rd lap, and he's actually at the bottom of the field. He's on a very slow pace. Rosignoli not starting, and this is going to be his throwout. So let me see where Rosignoli is actually. He's got a 0 and a 0 and a 2. But Marino has a 0, 0, has a 0, a 2, and a 2. So if Rosignoli has a 30 for his 4th qualifying run, which is what it's going to look like, it's going to be at least a 25-point count, because if he has 0 laps, he's going to finish somewhere in the high points. There's maximum 30 points because there's 30 drivers in this class at this event. And that's the way the round by round qualifying works. So he's got a 0, 0, and a 2. Rosignoli. Marino has a 0, 2, and a 2. I don't think Marino is going to finish on 0 points in this one because he's running at the bottom. He's moving up very slowly. But Michelberger, Grossman, Mittelstadt, Lautenschlager, all on pace to do way better than Marino at the moment. Marino on a 22-lap pace on 10 flat. He might be able to improve that to a 23-lap pace, but still, that's only going to put him at best 3rd in this group, and there's many drivers ahead of him at the moment. So I thought we'd be having a little bit of drama here, but it looks like we're going to have a lot of drama because Rosignoli, I don't know. I would very much hesitate to think that Rosignoli is just sitting back on his laurels and going, "Cool, I'm fine." So very difficult to guess what is happening without actually being. The unfortunate thing is even if I were there in person, I'd have to be commentating, and I don't know Rosignoli, and Marino I don't think speaks hardly any English. So I'm not sure what is actually happening between Marino and why he's running slow. He's just on a 25.8 time, which is he's done his fastest lap at 25.6. Sven Grossman, fastest lap 25.5. So he's got the best lap overall. But Marino now running on pace, but he's running 2 laps behind everybody else. So he had a very, very slow start to this one. So we just don't know what's happened with Marino, and we especially don't know what's happened with Rossignoli. But so Marino's, I mean, at the moment, it looks like Rossignoli's going to have TQ anyway overall, because it's got a 0 and a 0. Marino could have challenged him if he would have been able to accomplish a 0 in this run, but there's no way that's going to happen. Even if he had, though, Marino would be finishing second overall. So maybe Marino's just testing tires for later, or a setup that is more for a 30-minute run than a 10-minute run. Marino's pulled off now. Well, I've been looking at the overall points. It looks like Marino is pulled off. Rossignoli just not running. Both of them are going to finish, I think, top 2. Mickelberger, let's see. Even if he finishes with a 0, Mickelberger, wow, he's way down the order overall. Mickelberger has a 7 and a 6 is his 2 fastest times. So if he, sorry, 7 and a 26. So if he uses his 7 and if assuming he TQs this, he's still going to finish at best 3rd overall. So he's going to be in the semis. So I think what's happened here is, for whatever reason, Rossignoli decided I don't need to run. Marino probably testing something. And the best that anyone can do at the moment is 7 points, and these guys are on 0 and 2 respectively. So no dramas then. I'm not trying to create drama, but yeah, no dramas in the end after this one. So Mickelberger, Grossman, Mittelstadt is going to be our battle, I think. No, it's just going to be Mickelberger and Grossman. Forecasted for a 10:20, 24 laps in 10 minutes and 20 seconds, and Grossman is forecasted for the same number of laps, but 10 minutes and 22 seconds. So there's the computer telling us what the predicted times are, with 2 minutes left to go. And it would appear we have a bug crawling across our screen, or the camera lens. So I was hoping we would have a battle for TQ, but it looks like, well, basically we're not. The top 2 positions pretty much secured. It's going to be, again, just as it was last year and the year before, and Groningen and Fiorano. It's going to be a battle between Rossignoli and Marino. The previous races that we've seen for the Euros or ECs have basically been Marino just kind of running away with it. but it looks like it's going to be a tighter battle this time. So Marino usually having a big lead at the end, Rossignoli having a good lead, and basically just those two just marching away with it in the 30-minute main final. All of these drivers looking, trying to make it into the main final, 30 minutes. And I'm pretty sure the subfinals are 15 and 20 minutes. So just check that as everyone is coming across to finish their runs. And we'll refresh the qualifying order once the race is officially finished. There's a official finishing order. Just trying to find the times, the race times for the subfinals. So it is important to note that all of the finals, they'll be starting on the grid with no mechanics or marshals on the grid. Mechanics have to marshal their cars, their drivers' cars only, from the pit lane, as you can see there. Okay, so the semifinals. Okay, so heats are 10 minutes. Subfinals are, well, actually, you know what? We can actually see on the schedule, can't we? We'll look at today's schedule. Okay, so the 164th subfinal will be 15 minutes. That's for going down to 164th. So because there's 6 heats, 6 groups of open class racers. So 15 minutes for the subfinals, for the first pair of subfinals, the B and the A. 132s are 20 minutes. Then the 116ths, also 20 minutes. The 1/8s are 20 minutes. So refueling not allowed in touring car, but it is allowed in Formula, interestingly. So group 1 is out on the warm-up, and they're just finishing their 3-minute warm-up just about now. Blind Goose, thank you very much for the reminder. Yes, do give us a like and a subscribe if you can, please. If you're obviously you have to be, I think you have to sign up to YouTube to do all that. But if you have a YouTube account, please definitely give us a like, subscribe. If you're subscribed, you can join the live chat. And if you're going to do all that, you may as well, hit the bell icon as well, so you're told that when we are live and we have new videos out. We do have some history of RC videos to come. Hopefully, getting out more RC autopsy videos. Thank you very much, Dizzy Chizzy. Saying great coverage, lads and ladies. At the moment, we're all lads here in the studio in the UK. That's where I'm commenting from. My name is Frank. We've got Matt and James, who you may have heard talking on the stream before and seen on the videos. And we want to thank Pulsar TV for providing the images from the MRTM club in Lostallo in Switzerland. They've got the permanent video setup there. It follows the cars around. It's a pretty neat little setup. And of course, we must thank our sponsors, our amazing sponsors, Mechatech Racing Components, makers of the majority of the cars who are in the main final for Touring Car Open category. I don't think they make any Formula One cars like we see going around the track for this group. But if not, they should. But if they do, go to RC Fox or RC Car Online or SCS M2. These are the 3 web shops that are providing sponsorship as well for us this weekend. And if you do order anything at all from them, tell them that you saw the coverage on RC Racing TV. And make sure and get the airbox and exhaust from Samba as well. So if you want to, every like and subscribe for sure definitely helps us provide good coverage for you guys. But if you really want to help us, you can hit the join button and check out the benefits of being an RCTV hero. So I'll just run through those very quickly for you. First of all, you get your name highlighted in the comments, whether it's on a longer form video or whether it's in live chat. You also get a cool logo next to your name, which changes colors over time, which is pretty cool as long as you maintain your subscription. You also get a discount on RCTV merch on rcracingtv.com. We have a merch store there. You can check out all the cool, got hats, rain jackets, hoodies, beanie hats, 2 different types of hats, hoodies, of course, loads and loads of t-shirts. We're working on gloves, wristbands, and socks, but that's to come in time, maybe. I'm kidding. But yeah, we do have a pretty cool web shop there. You got 10% discount if you're an RCTV member. But even if you're not, you can use the code LSTC24 all weekend long. So that's including Saturday and Sunday when we're not even broadcasting, and even Monday. It goes into Monday, just in case you're catching this a bit late. But you get 10% off any order with code LSTC24 on the RC Racing TV.com shop. What else do you get if you're a member? You get to see our longer form videos like the RC Autopsy. You get to see those at least a couple of weeks in advance of everybody else. It's always free to see, but if you're a member, you get to see those way ahead of time. So thank you to our amazing members. And even if you're not a member and you're just watching and you're subscribing, every view, every click, every like, every subscribe helps. So thank you very much to everyone who has joined us on the stream here. If you have any information that I miss, such as Ollie Boltnick, ETS champion and amazing racer, has provided us with some extra information in the live chat before. So if you have anything else that you think would be helpful to the coverage, drop it in the live chat. Let us know. And it might take us a couple of minutes to see it, but we'll definitely mention it. So thank you very much to Ollie and everyone else who's provided us information in the live chat. So this is the qualifying Group 1 for large-scale touring car. Everyone gets the opportunity to do 4 10-minute qualifying runs. Qualifying is round by round. That's new for 2024, but it's for large scale. But it's been pretty much a standard for off-road, on-road, nitro, and electric for many years. And it's the first time they're doing it in large scale. So hopefully it sticks, but it seems to be kind of mixed reactions to everybody. The Formula One cars that are out on track right now, they have a 26cc engine, which is a lot bigger than the touring car category, which has 23 cc's. So the Formula One cars running 10 kilo minimum weight and a 700cc fuel tank. So if you used to, I can't remember what size it is actually. Is it 75 cc's or 100 cc's? I think it's 75 cc's for 10th scale. And is it 100 or 125 for 8th scale on-road? I can't remember. But the wheelbase for the F1 car is 620 mil wheelbase with a 450 mil wide front wing. So it gives you just a general idea of how big these suckers are. They're very, very, very big. And they do have functional front wings and rear wings, functional body openings to get the air into the engine and the cooling air through the side pods. They're even allowed to have an actual functional DRS option. It can't be operated by hand, so you can't have like a third or fourth channel operating the DRS. It has to be automatic. So, for example, I don't know how you would do it in a computer radio, but I can only imagine that the easiest thing would be at full throttle after half a second or something like that. The rear wing, a separate servo opens the rear wing letterbox opening and reduces the drag on the car. And then as soon as you hit brake, it goes back to full downforce setting. So, I mean, how awesome is that? In addition to what I was saying before with the drivers at this club, the usual drivers at this club, choosing every year which team, full-size team that they'll make a replica paint scheme for. That is pretty awesome, I must say. So let's see who else. One day there will be what? One day there will be ladies on the crew, and 100,000 subs will be in the rear vision mirror. Yes, we are trying to get to 100,000, but yeah. Right, so just seeing if there's any info that I can glean from the top drivers who were just recently out on track. So no fresh info just yet. Okay. So it looks like Fabregas, Samoas, Pruim, Jenkins, Reese, Dada, pulling off the track, and it looks like Borsoni, Alberti, Nebel, Prochaska. Not sure if these drivers are just not running at all or what the deal is. Looks like they've all been running. And in case anyone's curious about what brands of cars to look out for in the F1 category, we've got a few RS5s out there. We do have some Genius cars out there. There's a couple of Bergonzoni cars. If you've been around RC for many, many years, you might remember the Bergonzonis. Yes. Mr. Bergonzoni himself, I believe, is in the pits. He has been the last couple of races, Euros races that I've been to. So it's pretty cool to see the old stalwarts of the class still out there in the pits and helping tune their cars and getting firsthand info from the drivers. So we have someone from Brazil joining us. Hello, bom dia. Bruno Vidal. So I just refreshed the overall the current qualifying results for the ranking lists for. There we go. So yes, we've got a very slight change in the order from the last couple of years with Sebastian Marino from France, second overall qualifier, with Rossignoli taking the TQ, the overall TQ. So with a 0, 0, and a 2 as a throwout, and Sebastian Marino with a 0, a 2, and another 2 as a throwout. And if it were to come down to a tiebreak, Marino's times of well, basically he's generally been slower than Rossignoli, at least after the first round. So those two will be going straight into the main final. They can skip. They're basically not going to be on track at all until Saturday morning, so tomorrow morning, for the finals practice run, which I think is a 10-minute run. They can run whatever they like, test whatever tires they like. So Marino, I think, has probably already done a little bit of testing. And the rest of the drivers, so let's see. So from 3 down to, is it 12? Or is it going to be 3 down to 10, I think, are going to be going into the semis. And that would be Grossman, Mickelberger, Lautenschläger, Laville, Seiler, Utz, Oliveira, and Fabregas Carroll. Are going to be going into the semis, I believe. And the rest of everybody else is going to be racing later today, basically. So they have final round of qualifying, and then the sub-finals, which are going to be, I believe, the quarterfinals for, here's the schedule. Let's find the right tab. So yes, the quarterfinal, sub-final B, and the quarter sub-final A running today at 5:25 and 5:50 for this class. So everyone's checked in for this race, which is starting in 30 seconds. Everyone's checked in except for Jean Fabregas Carroll. So race has started, but not everyone has crossed the line. No, everyone has. Fiberglass. I think Fiberglass might be the only one not running. Andreas Bloom also not running. Everyone's finished their first lap except for Bloom and Fabregas Carroll. So I'm going to assume they're not out on track. Yeah, they're definitely not out on track because now everyone else has finished their second lap and is half the field already on their third or fourth laps, I should say. I really want to see one of these cars with a working functional DRS. That would be super awesome. There goes an old Renault. There's an old Jordan, I think it was. See if you can identify the full-size liveries as they zip underneath the banner, the gantry here, which is literally a bridge for the mechanics to cross into the infield. I'm sure there's a couple of Ferrari cars in there. Obviously, the red and the black, pretty easy to spot. I'm surprised there's no McLarens or Mercedes. Very Brit heavy, though, so I suppose maybe not. And this class doesn't seem to be all that heavily occupied with Brit racers. It's all mainland Europeans. So we have an Austrian, a Spaniard, a Czech, Swiss, another Austrian. There's one Brit in there, Matt Buxton. He usually runs Touring Car Open. I'm surprised he's not running Touring Car Sport. So I need to maybe I'll see if I can drop him a message and see how things are going for him. Try and drop a couple of these other British racers a message. So I just received a message from Dario Vaselli about him and, well, basically the rest of the world, the rest of the drivers there at the track trying to chase Emanuele D'Amico. He's saying that he's literally just on another level for the whole week. But it all comes down to, I mean, qualifying is 10 minutes. The long run, as most racers call it, you know, the semifinals 20 minutes, the main final 30 minutes. So 10 minutes, obviously, that's a big change. But these guys know what they're doing, generally. But if you can't, you have to be able to make the change and obviously run the different tires. You know, maybe the next step up, harder tires to run another 20 minutes. But also you have to be able to switch them on quick enough so that you're on pace as early as possible, but then also maintain the speed for, you know, the entire run and not just be fast for 10 minutes and then slow for another 20. Meanwhile, we're on qualifying Group 2. This is the middle group of F1 racers with Garcia, John, Lucia, Muller all battling for that top spot in this heat. Again, they are racing each other literally on track, but they're actually trying to just go as fast as they can because the races are ordered in sequence of their total fastest lap time for each round by round qualifying. It's a new thing for the large scale touring car and Formula One Euros this year. So I hope they stick with it. Seems to be mixed reaction, but trying to find out what the racers in the pits think about it. So just getting word from Rick Vanderpool. He finished last in his Q3 run. Because he didn't have any transponder counting. Dario saying he's going to try some modifications for his Q4. And maybe it will work, or maybe it will just be beep. So Dario actually flipped in his last run. He says the car was, as he says, not so safe. But everything is different now because the grip level is changing, the temperature of the engine's changing, and that makes it very, very difficult for everybody. Because the more you have to, the more the temperature is changing, the more fuel you have to run into the engine, which really changes things for the main final. So it was quite cloudy and cold in the morning, so that made it a lot easier, and now it's completely opposite. So you see how sunny it is, you see how sharp the shadows on the track are. That means the sun is out, very few clouds in the sky. It's a lot hotter and a lot brighter. So Dario, of course, running the MCD Duox. Vanderbilt, who I've been chatting with, running the Genius. So these guys, these top level racers, you know, it is absolutely something else when you know, you get at the sharp end of the grid. It gets very, very sharp. So they have a lot to contend with the grip, the temperature of the track, obviously the setup and the actual racing. Of course, you know, that's a whole other thing to deal with. But even before you get out on track, you have the track temperature, the grip levels of the track, and you don't know how it's going to change exactly. Marcus Feldman was telling me yesterday that it's a lot different than what they're usually used to, and actually, you can see how dark the track is in some of the corners there on this shot. Exactly, actually, I mean, because of the angle of the track is the angle of the camera to the track is a lot lower. The grip coming out, you can see the grip levels, like visibly see the grip levels where the track is literally black as they're coming out of the corners. That's not nitro fuel because they're not running nitro methane fuel. They're running pump petrol or pump gasoline, normal pump fuel that you would put in a standard ICE powered car. So that is literally just rubber from the cars, from the car tires, and So we'll have to see how that changes things as we go on through the day. Still hoping to hear from Matt Buxton, who was just running in the Formula One category. Ian Southey, he's out soon, but I sent them both messages. So hopefully, if you know him and you're watching, drop him a line saying, hey, RCTV wants to know. But yeah, so let's see who is out there at the moment. We've got this is this is our fastest group of racers for the touring car sport category. So the heat arrangements for quali, and we'll move that over to here, I think. Right. So in this group, we've got Dennis Tyson, who I'm not sure if he's checked in. Yes, he has. So he didn't run for some reason in the round 3 rerun, but he is out there on track now. Got Romain Dahan for France, Marcus Oppenhorst from Germany. Dennis is from Germany himself, I should say. Paolo Fernardi from Italy, Damiano Giolitti from Italy, Rudy Vaisser from France, Neo Lebescan, one of our young racers from Switzerland, Thibaut Noel and Arthur Simon from France, Tim Roskam from the Netherlands, son of Heskel Roskam, Matthew Freit from France, Michael Mielke from Germany, Christian Schmidt from Austria, and Luca Rowley from Italy. So they're about a minute and a half in, I believe, now. 2 minutes in. Roskam right up at the sharp end. Fabulous. A much faster run for him this time around. Dennis Tyson, as we were expecting, he's at the top of the field. Both of those guys, and who's that? Arthur Simon, running 24-lap pace. Actually, Simon just dropped down a bit, but on pace. Let's see. It's Giolatti and moving around too much. Tyson on a 24-lap 10:22 run at the moment. That's predicted times. Paolo Fernardi also on a 24-lap run in 10:21 pace. So both of those drivers doing really, really well. Lebescond on a 23-lap 10:09, so not going to threaten the top group at the moment. But let's try to find out what these guys would need to be up there. So Alpenhorst, his fastest time was a 24 and a 23 and a 10:03. So those are from rounds 1 and 2. Those are his current. Alpenhorst is our current TQ racer. Kiesele, also a TQ run for him in round 3. I'm sure it was Tyson who had previously, I think, round 1. This was Tyson. Yes, so Tyson is another one of our contenders. He's got a 0. But he had a very high point count in round 2 and 3. He didn't run. So Tyson certainly the racer who's under pressure to perform in this one. If he finishes with a 0 or a 2 or a 3, that'll be fabulous for him. And it'll basically be between him and Oppenhorst, I think, for the overall, in the top 2 spots. So again, top two qualifying directly into the main final. And I think it's, Tyson with a 24-lap 10:14 pace, 10:15 pace now. Where's Oppenhorst? It's a 23-lap 10:04. So I think Tyson looks like he's going to take the overall TQ if he stays on pace and doesn't flip or get hung up in traffic too much. Because he'll end up with a 0 and a 0, and have a couple of very high throwouts, but no one else, I don't think, is going to be able to take that 0. The only other two who've had it are Kiesele and Oppenhorst. Just make sure and just refresh. And Simon. So Simon is possibly the only one who's going to be able to take that off him. But Simon not going quick enough. He's on a 23 lap pace, Simon. And at the moment, only Finardi and Tyson are on a 24 lap pace. So if Tyson can stay at the same speed that he's doing for the next 4 minutes and 20 seconds, he's going to end up with the TQ. So then it becomes a race for second. And that is a little bit more complex. So that is going to be Simon, Oppenhorst, or possibly Finardi. Simon and Oppenhorst, the only other two with a 0 result. So that is going to be how it's going to shake out. It might be Finardi take second in this run, but we're just going to have to see. So we're anxiously awaiting to make sure, one, that Tyson is confirmed as the overall TQ, and two, who is going to take the second spot and qualify directly into the main final. Again, it's a 30-minute race, so it's a lot different than running a 10-minute qualifier. Running a 10-minute run with, well, ideally with 0 mistakes, but we've seen world champions and European champions still making a couple of mistakes over their 10-minute runs. Thibault running up in there in top spot. Well, he's on a 23:10.0. So Tyson's still the only one on a 24-lap pace, and comfortably within a 24-lap pace as well, because it's 24 laps in 10 minutes, 20 seconds. And on a 26-second lap for these guys, or 25-second lap, that still leaves them at least 4.5 seconds of margin. So Tyson looking like he's going to take TQ for this round. Finardi, Oppenhorst, Rowley. Finardi looking like he's going to be the fastest. Actually, he's not that much. I think Tyson's just had a slow lap, so he's dropped to a little bit slower now. Finardi keeps threatening to be in the 24-lap pace, but he'll get in a 24-lap run, and then he'll get hung up somewhere and have a slightly slower lap, and then he drops it back down to a 23-lap predicted run. So I think it's going to be Finardi who's going to take second overall in this one. So let's see how that is going to affect things. Finardi currently, if he finishes second, that will put him with a 3 and a 2. But I think it's going to be between Simon and Oppenhorst to take the second place. So between those two, it looks like it's going to be Oppenhorst for this one. Even if Paolo Finardi from Italy takes second overall in this qualifying round, I think it's going to be Oppenhorst, because Simon, has he already run his third run? He has run his third run. So he's got a 0-2 and a 36. And Oppenhorst, his throwout is a 3 at the moment. Finardi's throwout is a... Sorry, no, we're on the fourth run. So Simon's not doing so hot. He's running 7th overall at the moment. So I think it's going to be Oppenhorst to take the second place position and advance directly into the main final. So we're going to start seeing them finish now. 15 seconds on the master clock. Rowley's finished. Noel's finished. Just waiting for Oppenhorst and Simon. Oppenhorst is finished on a 23 10 flat. So just missing out on a 24 lap run. Tyson finishing his 24th lap now. And there he goes, 24 laps in 10:18. So he's improved dramatically, actually, over the course of the run. Fernardi finishing way down in 7th. So we'll give the computer a minute or so to catch up with things, but it looks like it's going to be Tyson and Oppenhorst who finishes second. Tyson and Oppenhorst in that order, going to be going directly into the main final. I'm pretty sure after 4 rounds of qualifying. See if that has updated. Everything is updated. So Tyson on the last run, finishing with 0 points overall, with a 0 in the TQ in the 4th round, TQ in the 1st round, playing with fire there, with very high scores in the 2nd and 3rd rounds, but in the end taking the overall TQ. And actually, it is Simon who finishes in the 2nd place with a 0 and a 2. Marcus Oppenhorst also with a 0 and a 2, but Arthur Simon's quick run in the 4th round, even though he's finished 9th, that is faster, 23 laps in 10:21. That is faster than Oppenhorst's throwout time of 23 laps, 10:07. How does that work? I must be misunderstanding things here, because somehow Simon is throwout being, that's a weird one, because Oppenhorst's throwouts are both better than Simon's throwout runs. So I don't know. Computer says that Simon has qualified 2nd, but he's on the same number of points as Oppenhorst, but Oppenhorst's overall finishing results are better than Oppenhorst. So I'm not sure how that is actually being sorted, but it looks like Simon's overall time is better than Oppenhorst's. But either way, Tyson is overall TQ. So it's going to be starting on pole and advancing directly into the main final. The next time he'll be out on track is in about 24 hours time from now, because the 1st and 2nd places qualifiers for each of these main final participants are going to have a 10-minute practice run, which just them on track. And it looks like Oppenhorst, Rowley, Fernardi, Lebescon, Giolotti, Noel, Kieselet, and Schroeder are going to be going into the semifinals. And actually, Kieselet and Schroeder, I think they're out in... They haven't counted as having finished. Oh, no, they must be in the... This is Group 1, so they must be in Group 2. So we'll see who actually has the final spots in the semis. But those drivers I was just naming, looks like Tim Roskamp just missing out. He's going to be in the quarterfinals probably later today. He's got a 6 and a 12. So there we go. We'll take a little bit of a break just to rest my voice a bit, and we'll be back in a minute or so. Okay, and we're back. Sorry, it took a little bit longer than I thought, but no, we're back. 7 minutes remaining in qualifying Group 1 for Touring Car Sport. So, what is the sport class? I hear everyone shouting at the screens that they're watching on, whether you're on the tram, a taxi, in an airplane, or on your computer, or in your living room, or whatever, wherever you're watching this from. Sport class is a new for 2024, new a category of racing. Basically, the racers thought up, well, maybe we should have a category of touring car racing that doesn't allow modified engines. So basically, just completely stock Zenoa style engines, because that's the engines that are used for these all of these cars. Touring cars using 23cc engines. So the open class still allowed to use, and I'm just going to list it here because I don't really know what it means, but one pair of magnetic poles and a maximum of 2 coils with the flywheel and rotor. And the touring car sport class is basically not allowed to use those. Everything else is exactly the same: the tires, bodies, chassis specifications and measurements and everything else. Yeah, so the sport class basically not allowed to use those. And as we saw, the fastest lap times of 25.6 for the sport class. The fastest lap times in the open class, 23.8, as fast as we saw. So, yeah, that's what the sport class is. And of course, touring cars, very similar in size to the F1 cars, but just a little bit different. Very slight difference scale-wise, just a bit. Still about 10 to 12 kilos in weight, but the wheelbase is much shorter. It's about 530 mil wheelbase. You'll find on the Mecatech FW01s. Same fuel tank size, 700 cc's, and about the same width. So a real F1 car, I think, maybe just a bit wider than a passenger car. I think they're either 1,800 or 2,000 centimeters across. I can't remember. But just to give you an idea of the size of these things, the minimum body weight is 500 grams. So it's about 2.2 pounds? I think it's 2.2 pounds per kilo. So it's just over a pound in weight. Is how much the bodies must weigh at a minimum. And so if you imagine your a touring car body shell or even a drift body shell for a 10th scale car, those weigh a lot less. Just to give you an idea. So that tiny hint of the speed there. So the size, I mean. So let's see who is. This is the sport class drivers in this one. This is Group 1. This is Alberto Garcia Rotero from Spain, Stephen Jones from the UK, Wesley Hems from the Netherlands, Daniel Romero Bayo from Spain, Pierluigi Bonansegni from Italy, Eddie Goldsmith from the UK, Eric De Vos and Johan Segers from the Netherlands, Zident Kalab from the Czech Republic, Lena Bloom from Germany, and Louis Ottens from the Netherlands. So 11 drivers, but only 9 racing out on track. And it's about 3 minutes and a quarter remaining for these guys. Stephen Jones is who the Pool Start system is following. Pool Start providing all of the images for us this weekend. So thank you very much to Laszlo and David and the rest of the team there. And the commentary, that is me, that's provided by RC Racing TV. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much to our sponsors, rccaronline.de, RC Fox, SCSM2, and Mecatech Racing Components, and also Samba Sport for providing all the sponsorship. And if you want to know more about this type of racing and the other the Grand Prix races that they're hosts throughout the year, and get in touch with your local federation to find out about organized racing in your area. Check out EFRA.ws. So who's looking quick? And this one, Stephen Jones, our leader, the only one on a 22-lap pace. And you can see the marbles that have been kicked up on the off the racing line. It makes it super, super difficult. So it's very, very high grip on the racing line and then very, very low grip off the racing line. These cars are absolutely no joke. They do leave like the actual marbles that you'll see from full-size cars, racing cars. That top layer of rubber slowly, as the cars go through the corners, they'll the top layer of rubber will slowly roll off in little waves as they come off, and as they reach the edge of the tire, they ball up and fling themselves off the tire from the rotational speed, and they'll get, if they don't get caught up in the body or the car itself, they'll get thrown off the track, thrown off the racing line onto what the drivers call marbles. And every now and then, you'll see a car come to a crashing stop because those marbles get caught up in the disc brakes that operate at the front and rear. So you'll have either an overheating disc brake or a disc brake that just gets completely blocked, and the tire on that corner just comes to a complete locking stop, or it just doesn't work. And it's just one of the dangers of racing. So that's why, one of the reasons why there's no marshals that are out on the track. You can see the mechanics making it out to marshal their drivers' cars. And generally, even if a driver crashes into another driver and they both tip over, both marshals run out because they're literally not allowed to touch another driver's car. So it's just part of the rules, and that's how it works. So if you crash into someone, hopefully, or you get crashed, or you just crash yourself somehow, hopefully you have a fit and fast mechanic who can run out to the track and flip your car over faster than the other drivers. So it's worth it to put your mechanic on a fitness plan. Get them sweating. So next group of racers already out there. Group 2, 3 minutes of warm-up. There's about 2 minutes between the end of each race. That gives enough time for the drivers from the previous race to complete their laps and come into the pits and shut off. And then the mechanics swap the high-vis vests because they have to run the same number vest as the car that they are mechanicking for. And then the next group of cars, they've already been started and warmed up as far as the engines. And then, of course, it doesn't take much to get warm in the heat of the day. But they get out there and start their warm-up period. And the sooner you can get out there and get your tires warmed up and up to temperature and get them switched on. If you watch Formula One or even karting, full-size touring car racing, you'll know that the tire is super, super important to make sure, A, that you have the right tire on your car, and ideally the right brand of tire as well. Although most of the drivers they're either running GRP or PMT tires. And it's not a spec tire formula or class. So drivers running whatever tires they wish. There's a new view from pull start. Good angle showing the how tight that infield section can get. So the track is certainly heating up. You can see the black marks left there by the acceleration zones coming out of each corner. All that black, that's rubber from the tires, just like in full-size racing. That's one of the absolute joys of watching the large-scale touring car. These cars, they look like the real cars. They behave like the real cars. The only difference in them is that they're all rear-wheel drive. There's no front-wheel drive cars. So that makes them more fun. A few years back, I think it was Samba introduced the Chevrolet Cruze body style. Obviously, that would be a front-wheel drive. Whereas most of these drivers are running the Alpha style body. Some are running BMWs. There's a lot that are running the Audi, I think it's A3 or S3 style. And of course, those would be rear-wheel drive. So the time has started for everybody. You see the pink clock in the top center of the screen. Most of the drivers have checked in. A couple have not. So we're just going to bring up, let's see. So this is the fourth round of qualifying. I believe we've already had all of our formula racing has been decided. Saverio Rossignoli and Sebastian Marino as our top two. Everybody else during the lunch break going to get sorted into the semifinals and the quarterfinals. So quarterfinals for them starting later today, and I'll get the times for that out. I'll just announce the times for those very soon. In Touring Car Sport, which is what we're watching right now, fourth round of qualifiers, it's already been decided for the top drivers. Dennis Tyson and Arthur Simon. Well, Dennis Tyson is definitely the TQ racer. He's going to be starting on pole, TQ and pole position. And the computer says Arthur Simon going to be starting second. I'm going to assume that's right, and it's not going to be Marcus Openhurst. But according to the results, I don't know. There's a little bit. I'm a little confused about the results. But anyway, it says Arthur Simon going to be starting second from France. So we have Germany, France, then as our top two going into the main final. So for this group right here, most of the main group has already been decided. Most of the semifinal positions have already been decided. Let's see if Kiesela and Schroeder, I believe, are in this race right now. So at the end of this, we'll see what the last couple of spots in the semifinals that are going directly into the semifinals, how they will be decided. Schroeder and Kiesler actually running first and second, respectively. Lebescon popping up into the top spot, but quickly taken out by Schroeder and Kiesler. David Lebescon is the father of Neo Lebescon. Both those racers from Switzerland. I've seen them the last couple of years at the Euros. Be interesting to see how young Neo grows and matures into how his racing career goes. Sound a bit like the Emperor from Star Wars there, but I will watch your career with great interest. So we're nearing, let's see, what 12 noon. So seems we're pretty much running on time. We're a couple minutes behind, but it's no biggie. So after this race right here on track, we're going to have Group 2 of the Open class, and then Group 1, and then Group 3, then Group 5, which is the second fastest group, and then Group 4, and the final batch of racers coming out at about, I would say about 1:35 local time. And that's Swiss time, so it's Central European time. So make sure and set your alarms accordingly. That is going to be the final group of racers and the fastest group of racers for the large-scale open touring car class. So make sure and set your alarms because it is such a tight battle there. We've got many racers who are on 6 points. We've got Undheim, Feldman, Vaselli, and Verbrugge. 3 of those 4 are previous European and world champions. And then we've got Arnaldi on 8, which I don't know if he's going to be able to take. If D'Amico runs, and assuming... I'm going to assume he's going to run, and I'm going to assume that he's going to take either first or second, depending on what he decides to test with tires. He probably doesn't need to change all that much on his car because he's absolutely dominated everything. He's TQ'd the first 3 rounds of qualifying, and we can assume he's going to do that again, or possibly take second or third because he might run some crazy tire combo or something. So let's see. I mean, almost anyone could take it. Arnaldi could take the second place. Possibly Hetland. Maybe Rapetti, I'm not sure. So if he finishes on 6, no, Rapetti can't take second place. Because if he takes a 0 and a 6 as his second best result, Undheim would still be faster than him. So, yeah. So I think the lowest ranked driver at the moment who can take second place on the starting grid and therefore goes straight into the main final and avoid the semis is Hetland, I think. And that assumes Hetland TQs, which is unlikely, and Undheim finishes second, which would give him a 4 in total. No, he wouldn't be able to do it either because Undheim would have. So the best placed driver is, I think, it's Arnaldi, who can, because he has a 3 and a 5, and assuming Arnaldi TQs again, and again, I don't think he'll be able to. He just doesn't have the pace. If Arnaldi TQs, he would have a 0 and a 3, so we'd have 3 points, and then that would mean Undheim has a 2 and a 2, which would put him on 4. And the same for Feldman, he would have a 4. The same for Vaselli, he would have a 4. So Arnaldi is the lowest ranked driver who could possibly take second place. So it's a race for second now. Now that we know who's going to be on TQ. So meanwhile, this race, sorry, I'm just looking at all the numbers and trying to do basic maths in my head, which is difficult. Lebescon is finished. Kiesele has finished. It looks like, yeah, Kiesele and Schroeder. So it looks like we can refresh the times for the sport class now, or refresh the qualifying results. And confirm that is going to be Tyson, obviously in TQ. Simon, according to the computer. Kiesele, oh no, it's not. Their result hasn't finished yet. So we'll see when those get updated. And they are updated. So Ralph Kiesele finishes with a 4th round result of 7 overall. So that adds to his 3rd round result of 6. So he's got a 13. So yes, he's fairly consistently. He's finished 9th overall and 10th overall just after qualifying. So it looks like those two will go into the semifinals, I believe, if I am understanding everything properly. So it looks like Oppenhorst, Rowley, Finardi, Lebescon, Giolotti, Noel, and Kiesele, and Schroeder going into the semifinals. And so they will next be on track tomorrow. We'll have this all confirmed and everything because there are bound to be some questions and possibly some corrections done by various racers who will go to their team managers or country team managers, and then the team managers will go to the timekeeping or the EFRA officials, because you can't have 150 racers all going, I have a problem with my timing and I'm going to go talk to the timekeeper right now. You have to, it has to be managed a bit. That's what the European championships are like. Sort of. It's not a glorified club race. It's it's a proper organized European championship, international level spec and everything. So yeah. So now we've got Touring Car Open out now. Looks like we're trying the PTZ camera now. So we do want to thank you for joining us for our coverage of the EFRA large-scale touring car and Formula One European Championships from the MRTM Club in Lostallo, Switzerland. Thank you very much to our amazing sponsors. We've got Samba, SES M2, RC Fox, rccaronline.de, and Mechatech Racing Components for providing the sponsorship that allow us to bring you this coverage for free all weekend long. And if you want to find out more about organized racing in your area, check out, please visit EFRA.ws website. And scroll down to the bottom and you'll see links to all the various country organizations. So if you're in Germany, you'll want to go to DMC. If you're in Spain, you'll want to go to AECAR or ICAR. If you're in the UK, you visit BRCA, and so on and so forth. So there's most of the European countries have a model racing federation that you can visit and potentially join or visit a race, and at least find local clubs that are near you and find out what they race, whether it's large scale, mini Z, or whatever there is someone who's going to be racing near you. If you're anywhere near any sort of metropolitan area, and even many rural areas, to be honest, there's racing all over the UK and EU. So make sure and check that out if this looks like it's something that's fun and interesting. And of course, if you are already a racer, if someone asks, hey, how can I get into this thing? It's like, I like what you race, and maybe take them along, or send them to EFRA, the EFRA website, or to your club website, and get new racers, get new blood into the system. So we've got 5 more races, I think. How many more races do we have before our lunch break? I think we have, yes, so we're on group 1. So we have this one and 4 more to go before we have a brief lunch break. About not even 20 minutes. So it's a very brief lunch break for us. Quite a long lunch break for everyone who's competing, because you're only allowed to race in one class of racing at any European championships. So if you're racing in the large-scale Formula class, you're not allowed to race in the Touring Car Sport and the Touring Car Open class, and so on and so forth. So it's about 3 hours between each group of racing, and of course during the finals it gets compressed a lot more, because if you're able to bump up from the 164ths into the 132s, and then bump up again, and by bump up I mean finish in the top 3. So you finish the top 3 for in the 164ths and then the 132s. You have at best maybe about 45 minutes between each race. So your car is going to be hammered quite a bit after all that racing. And if you've got bad luck, like Rick Vanderpool, who we've been chatting with, who's had some transponder issues, he had an entire heat that didn't count, so he's going to be starting quite low in the order and hoping that he can not just get that sorted and figure out what is happening, but also finish in the top 3 of all of the sub-finals that he ends up in. And that will allow him to bump up and up and up and up, and hopefully into the semifinals for tomorrow. Because if he's able to finish in the quarterfinals in the top 3, he'll have all night to, he's going to have to rest and eat and shower and relax. But he'll have at least the evening to rebuild the car and put all new whatever he needs in it. Obviously tires, but rebuild the engine, rebuild the shocks, and all that stuff, and get it working properly, and then kick off the morning in the semifinals and try to get into the main final. So top 3 drivers in the subfinals bump up, and in the semifinal, top 4 drivers bump up into the main final. So it's by no means guaranteed. The only drivers who are guaranteed to run into the main finals are the TQ/pole position drivers and the second place overall qualified drivers. So there's the bridge that crosses over the main straight. It's very sturdy looking, isn't it? And of course, these cars, by the time they hit that area of the bridge, you want to be using that bridge if you are if you're one of the mechanics, because by the time they're hitting that bridge, those cars are going like, I would guess, about 50 miles an hour. I mean, they're full speed by the time they're halfway through that last corner, that last bend. And then they just get faster and faster going down the straight. So we're about 5.5 minutes remaining in this one. It's the last round of running. And in the chat, we have a question from Offspring974 saying, hello all. Is there any S88R in this competition? Yes, there are. There's quite a few, actually. A brand I'm absolutely not familiar with, but yes, there are many S88R or S88R cars in the competition. And if you can help me how to actually say that brand name, I would absolutely love it, Offspring. So if you can, I've just been saying S88R. I don't know if that's correct or if it's meant to be like a shorthand for Saber or something. I don't know. So yeah, there's quite a few. Let me see if there's any actually running in this group, which is Heat 2 of Open category. None that are listed. Of course, it's up to the driver to write down their chassis, engine, body, tire, and radio information. And a lot of the drivers in these lower groups don't bother. And I can tell you that there's one listed in group 3, and there's none listed in group 5 and none listed in group 6. So there's not many in this group. In the touring car sport category, there's a few. I'm counting 2 in Heat 2, 3 in Heat 3, and that's it. As far as I know, I think they do F1 and obviously touring car, and it's a French brand. That's literally all I know about them. So I can't really say much about them. What I can say is, if you are going to choose a large-scale chassis to get started with, look for the Mechatech FW01 car, because that's fairly highly rated car and available from RC Fox, RCCarOnline.de, and SCSM2.com. And if you're going to get one of those, make sure and fit it with a Samba airbox and a Samba exhaust. And why do I say that? Because they are our live stream partners for this weekend. So we want to thank them very much, and make sure, and if you can, if you have like an extra few minutes or whatever, who doesn't have an extra couple minutes, send those companies a message on Facebook and Instagram or Twitter or whatever you've got, and just say, hey, thank you for sponsoring the coverage this weekend. It's been amazing. RC Racing TV is fabulous, and send Frank a car. So that would be amazing. So we do want to thank Pulsar TV and the MRTM Club for working with us at RCTV to help bring you these pictures and the coverage for free. If you want to find the live timing online, go to myrcm.ch. It's myrcm is the timing, RC timing, providing the live timing for us. So that's where we're getting most of the information that we've got for the weekend. So a minute and a half remaining in this one. Andy Fuchs and Thomas Romero on top, but Fraser Shoveler, fastest lap so far, 25.3, not too shabby. Yesterday's fastest lap time was only 25.6. So I think we're going to, well, we've already beaten that. I think we're going to beat, oh, sorry, this is the open category. Open allowed to use some engine modifications, obviously, within the EFRA rules. Mostly to do with the engine, or entirely to do with the engine. If you want the specifics on the rules and stuff like that, you can go to EFRA.ws. And there's a rules link that is entirely just for the large scale category. Make sure and visit that. And that's where you can find out about organized racing in your area. So just a couple seconds left in this one. Most of the drivers have finished. Next group out is going to be, this is group 2. Next group out is going to be group 1. So group 1 is going to be Tyrone Quinlivian from the UK. Quinlivan, sorry. Angelo Zuger and Bruno Trotman from Switzerland. Stanley De Jong from the Netherlands. Alexandre Schuler from France. Ian Southey from the UK. Dario Levenresebek from Croatia. Dean Spur from the UK. Reint John Kunst from the Netherlands. Daniel Osei from the UK, Stefan Perazzi from Switzerland, and Ole Henrik Gulliksen from Norway. And there's our previous race official results. So we'll just turn the mic down just for a bit, just to have a tiny little break. So just to let you know, racing hasn't started yet for the qualifiers. That clock, the green clock that is counting down, that is the countdown to the start of the 10 minutes of qualifying. So we'll be back for the start of qualifying for Group 1 for round 4 of qualifying. Okay, so we're a minute into qualifying for Group 1 of round 4 of the Touring Car Open class. I was just looking up the rules for the Touring Car Sport class, just in case anyone's super curious. So for Touring Car Open, which is this class that we're following right now, and Formula 1, now this is the specification of the rules, which are available to anyone for free on the EFRA website. For Touring Car Open class in F1, it says the flywheel can only have one pair of magnetic poles, i.e. one north and one south. There can only be a maximum of 2 coils, either a single combined LT and HT coil with the standard type ignition, or 2 LT coils with the external ignition systems working with the flywheel and rotor. Whatever that means, I don't really know. I'm not an engine guy. For the Touring Car Sport class, now this is the new rule that was brought in at the for 2024. It was voted in at the AGM by the European federations. This was not a rule that was forced upon anyone by EFRA. It was EFRA merely provides the framework that allows the federations to come together and make the rules proposals, and then they vote on the rules. Okay, so no complaints about that. It's a fully democratic process. So for the Touring Car Sport class, the engine must be a totally standard, unmodified Zenoa as supplied by the manufacturer, and in brackets or parentheses, including the gaskets, bearings, seals, carburetor, etc. with the exception of these parts, which may be changed or upgraded. So these are the only parts that you can change. The carburetor, the insulator block, or no, sorry, the carburetor insulator block, whatever that is, and or a support bracket, additional cylinder clamping bolts, the spark plug, and an electric starter conversion is allowed, meaning a drill, basically, that all these engines start with a pull start, like we see on a a nitro car engine. But an electric starter conversion is allowed that basically allows for a very long hex key to fit in and use a drill basically to start the engine. And the other option that is allowed is that engine covers, and cases may be colored. So that allows the different brands of the engine tuners to, have semi-custom engines. So that's it. That's basically it. A battery-operated ignition is not allowed. Only open deck admission ports are allowed in engines up to 30 cc. They may be closed on engines over 30 cc's. Don't really know what that means, but it's something. Maximum number of admission ports is limited to 4. So I know the porting and the jetting and all that stuff is all very important, but I don't know what it all means. Engine must be air-cooled, crankshaft, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So yeah, anyway, those rules are there. It's page 135 of the EFRA rules. There you go. So if you're that interested, you can check it out. I know engine people are like super interested in that stuff. It's pretty interesting stuff. I have played around with trying to port my own nitro engine, and of course ruined a couple engines in the process. But that's how it goes. It's all fun and games. So Alexandre Schuler and Ole Henrik Gullikson, top of the pile on this one so far. Quinlan looking pretty quick as well. So it's actually Schuler and Quinlivan. Looking like they're going to be hitting a 23 lap pace, but Gullikson Schuler just barely in there. I have to speed up just a bit to make sure that he gets it. So this is Group 1. Next race out in approximately 4 or 5 minutes' time is going to be Group 3. And that is going to include, for touring car open class, it's Sam Vaser and Marco Mans from Switzerland, David Mutt-Castelvi, Miles Dixon, Pascal Hervé, Kenneth McCann, Andy Zule, Bianca Trotman, Hector Abadju, Dieter Fischer, Paolo Bellotti, Martin Carrell, Felix Horan. So quite a good number of, about half of those racers are from Switzerland. So I'm assuming they'll be very, very, very familiar with this track. So just under 2 minutes remaining. Schuler, Quinlivan, Gullikson, the main protagonists. This is Group 1, the first group of our open category. Group 6 going to be the last group out on track for qualifying. And that's where we're going to see, find out, if D'Amico is going to race. I'm going to say that he will, just to, at least to even just test his tires. Also, we're going to see where he comes in to qualify, because if he is doing something like tire testing or testing some crazy setup, which, I mean, he probably won't be testing a crazy setup, but if he finishes second, that will affect things fairly significantly for the battle for second place qualifier. There's 4 drivers who are in with a shout of finishing second overall in qualifying, and therefore qualifying directly into the main final, which is a big deal. At the moment, we have Undheim, Feldman, Vaselli, Verbrugge, and I believe Arnaldi are the only ones who are going to be able to qualify directly into the main final. So Arnaldi, in order for him to do it, he would need to TQ this 4th round of qualifying. It's unlikely, but it's mathematically possible. So if he does do that, he would finish with 3 points. And that would mean that the best that Sindre Undheim and Feldman could finish with is 4 points, because they would have a second place finish, or if they got, one of them got a second place finish, they would finish on 4 points. This is all round by round qualifying. It's how it all works. And to be honest, it's what I prefer, but that's, I mean, it's my own personal preference. I don't race this category, and obviously I don't vote in the EFRA AGM. So it's, you know, that is entirely up to the racers. So we'll see how it actually turns out. But meanwhile, what do you guys in the chat think? Heather W is going to be cheering for someone from Britain to take it, of course. So it's no guesses, no prizes for guessing who you're going to be cheering for there, Heather. So Group 3 out next. I've already run through the names, but I'll... We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the 13 drivers. So it's more than half of them are from Switzerland. So it's Sam Vaser, Marco Mans, Alex Zule, Bianca Trotman, Dieter Fischer, Paolo Bellotti, and Felix Horens. David Mut-Castelvi from Spain, Miles Dixon, and Kenneth McCann from the UK, Pascal Hervé from France, Hector Abadju also from Spain, and from Czech Republic we got Martin Carrel. Interestingly, I've just realized that Alice Bayer is not racing this time around. I don't remember seeing him at the last year's event. Alice Bayer is former European champion, along with his brother. Martin Bayer, who has not raced in this category for some time. Basically ever since he started working for X-Ray, which is a shame, but yeah, it's understandable. So this being, and mostly, so one of you who was asking about the S88R cars, looks like there is someone in here who's running an S88R, Pascal Hervé from France. I think it's going to be mostly French and Swiss racers who are running that brand of car because it is a French brand. But Pascal has filled out all of his information for the car, engine, body, tires, and even radio, which is very rare. So Pascal running an S88R Sport Plus 2017. And the engine he's running is a S88R provided G230. So it's a 230 meaning 23cc. The body is, I like this, BMW or Alpha. Okay. So I'm assuming, depending on how pointy you want the steering, Alpha is going to be a bit more aero, but the BMW is going to provide a bit more steering just because of that blunter front end. PMT tires and a Futaba 4PLS radio. So Castelli off to a good Castelvi, sorry, off to a good start. Lots of drivers on a what 2, 3, 4 drivers on a 24 lap pace. So it's Mons. Who else? McCann and Horans off on a 24 lap pace. They're doing pretty good. So Lil Sporkelmont saying, who do you guys want to win? I'm assuming, I don't know if you mean overall, because it's going to be, there's a couple of racers that it's going to be between in the open category. Or do you mean this particular qualifying heat? So just to catch you up, everyone who's just joining us, Emanuele D'Amico from Italy, running his Mechatech FW01, powered by a Mechatech Top Gun, and running an Alpha on PMT tires. Basically, utterly bossing qualifying with 3 rounds of TQs in rounds 1, 2, and 3. We're on the 4th round. The 4th and final round of qualifying will be finishing with the top group of racers, which includes Emanuele. Other racers who are in with the mathematical possibility of qualifying directly into the main final with Emanuele is Sindre Undheim from Norway, Marcus Feldman from Germany, Dario Vaselli from Croatia, Giovanni Verbrugge from Belgium, and B.A. Arnoldi from France. It's going to be very unlikely for Arnoldi to qualify second, because that would mean that he would have to TQ the round, which is going to be very, very, very difficult, although not impossible. I mean, he is a 3-time European champion after all. And also, Undheim, if he finished, because that would mean if Undheim finished second, he would finish on 4 points, and that would mean Bernard finished on 3. But that would also mean Emanuele would need to not finish third or worse. Okay, so and I'm going off of the ranking lists for qualifying for the Touring Car Open category on myrcm.ch, where you can find all of this information and do your own maths if you want and come up with your own conclusions. But that's the very limited math skills that I have. That's what I have figured out. So we're 4 minutes left in this one. After Group 3, so things get moved around a little bit. It's not Group 4. It's not Group 2. It's Group 5 who's after Group 3. So it's the second fastest group of racers. So Group 5, let's see who's going to be in that one. Group 5 is going to be Adam Westholm from Sweden, Rick Vanderbol from the Netherlands. Hopefully he can recover and have a good run. He's got one more chance to do it. He's had a couple of really bad runs where he's missed out on lap times and stuff. I'm not sure if it's transponder issues or what, but he's not having a great Euros. Marco Harleman, Olivier Sampietro, Karsten Keller, Sammy Pajolin, Kevin Tolinars, Daniel Wicke, Placido Cricri, Oriol Gil Gonzalez, Matthias Domig, Marco Grigic, multiple European champion from Croatia, Mika Hazenberg, and Maximilian Hornig are the drivers in Group 5, which are coming out in about 5 minutes. So 1 minute left in this one, and it's looking like Sam Vaser is going to take this one unless he makes some horrible mistake, which we don't wish for anybody to do, but he's on a 24-lap 10:19 pace. Next fastest racer is Marco Mans on a 24-lap 10:23 pace. So 10:24 pace now. So if Mons slows down any further or gets held up behind a back marker, he could drop into the 23-lap range, which won't be good for him. Miles Dixon finishing 23 laps in 10 flat, so just missing out on 24 laps by 0.3 of a second. But it looks like Vaser and Mons using their local knowledge potentially to get 24 laps each. There goes Vaser finishing 24 laps 10:19. Marco Mons just about to come across. It's going to be a few more seconds. Meanwhile, most of the rest of the field has finished, and Mons crosses with 24 laps 10:24. And that is everyone finished. So we're going to have about 2 minutes before the next group comes out. And then they have a 3-minute warm-up. So just take a wee little break, and we'll be back in a few minutes' time for the next group, which is Group 3. Group 4, sorry. And then we'll have, is it, yeah, Group 3. Group 5 is next, sorry. So we'll be back in a few minutes once their race time starts. So we're a minute into the final round of qualifying for Group 5 of the 1/5 touring car opening category. From Lostallo in Switzerland, you're watching the EFRA large-scale touring car and Formula One European Championships, brought to you from the MRTM Club in Lostallo, Switzerland, with images from Polestart TV and commentary from RC Racing TV. My name is Frank McKinney from RC TV. Thank you very much for joining us. We hope that you are enjoying the coverage and cheering for your favorite driver or country or team, whichever you like. There's many teams and drivers representing their countries. So we want to thank especially our sponsors who are allowing us to bring you this coverage from the amazing Lostallo circuit. So we've got rccaronline.de, Samba, Mechatech Racing Components, RC Fox, and SCSM2. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to our sponsors. And if you want to support us even further, check out the join button on the RCTV channel. Make sure you're subscribed, like the Facebook page, and obviously share the video and the live stream link with your friends and let them know what you're watching, what you're doing. The more viewers, the more likes, the more subscribers and followers and everything, the better for us to allow you to bring amazing racing footage. Ooh, there's a crash right there at the end of the track. Oh, he's stuck, I think. That's not going to be great. The mechanic's going to have to run out there. And he's been recovered, apparently. So fastest lap in this one, 24.4 from Marko Grigic. These racers trying to, this is the second fastest group of drivers in the qualifying. So top ranked ones would be Rick Vanderpool, who's doing better. He's doing better for sure. Let's cross our fingers and hope he can make it out of this group of racers. He's on a 25 lap pace, so he's doing really well actually. Let's have a look and see where Rick is, where he's been placed so far. First round, he had a 10th place finish. So hopefully he can get up there and be in with a chance to at least be in the quarterfinals and with a chance to be in the semis, to bump up into the semis. So it's going to be a tight one for Rick. But who else is in there? Marko Grigic, like I said, multiple European champion. He's not going to be any slouch at all. But I think actually, yeah, Grigic and Vanderpool are going to be the two to watch in this one towards the end. Both of them on a 25 lap 10:15 pace. So they're both many seconds ahead of the third place drivers. Vanderpool having an absolute terrible third run with only 2 of his laps counting. And it looks like he's gotten things sorted, so knock on wood for Rick. Adam Westholm popping up in there. Don't think he's going to be 25, 10, 19. So it's a bit slower than Vanderbilt at the moment. Vanderbilt running a Genius, same as Hessel Roskam, both from the Netherlands. I think Vanderbilt races quite a bit more often than Hessel. I think Hessel was telling me the other day, last time he raced was at the last Euros in the Netherlands. But Tim, his son, running in the open class and doing fairly well, to be honest. Second time, I believe, at the Euros. And looks like, yeah, Rick is pulling away from Marco. So Marco must have had a slow few laps or a little mistake somewhere. Marco on a 10:16 pace. Vanderbilt still on a 10:15. So that is the predicted time that the computer is saying based on the completed laps for each driver. The computer figures out how many laps they would do over a 10-minute race based on all the laps that they have done so far. Just take an average, basically, and then multiplying it out until it gets to just past 10 minutes. So there's a lot of very quick racers in this one. Vanderbilt and Grigich both on a 10:16 pace now, both at 10:16.3. There's literally 0.02 of a second in between them on the overall race clock. It's going to be a tight one. Just a minute and 45 seconds left now. Grigich just a bit ahead of 0.7 of a second ahead of Vanderbilt now on the overall timing. Now he's about 1.5 seconds behind. But as long as he has a good, solid run, that will give him the confidence to go into the quarterfinals or semis. And do a nice, solid run. So now even closer. It's only 1/10 apart between them. It was a 10:16.5 and 10:16.6. So very, very close between them. He certainly could have been on pace to do a solid run directly into the semis, but Grigich now finishing with a 25 laps, 10:16.5. Vanderbilt coming across in the next few seconds. Vanderbilt still waiting for him, and he finishes top of the timesheets, 25 laps, 10:16.3. Wow, it's only 0.2 of a second ahead of Marco Grigich, and there you go. The overall time for that one, that is a great run for Vanderbilt and a fantastic way to solidify, to finish off the qualifying after a horrendous turn, rounds 2 and 3. So we'll wait about a minute or so for the computer to catch up with everything and see what it spits out for us when we refresh the qualifying ranking lists and see how that may change things Vanderbilt, wow, finishing at the moment 7th overall with only one more group of drivers that are seated faster than him. So that's a fantastic finish for him. Wow. But actually, that is, let's see, he's actually going to drop down a bit because that is listing, because in the fourth round, no one else's run that's faster. So he is going to drop down a little bit, but he's probably going to finish 12th or 13th overall. We'll have to see what it looks like at the after Group 6 runs, which is going to be the group after this one. So we'll come back in a couple of minutes after we just check out a couple more things. Right, so just messaging Rick, and he's quite happy with that run. He's pretty happy with that run. So still struggling with the steering, but he's got a banker in. He's got his banker in, his two bankers in, and have to hope that he doesn't have to go back on tie breaks, basically, and see where it all ends up. But yes, 7th at the moment with a slower group running right now and the fastest group waiting in the wings. They are on deck and ready to come out for the pits after this race finishes. So this race is featuring, let's see, this is group 4. Patrick Muller from Switzerland, Sven Rodewald from Germany, Jan Carroll from Czech Republic, Jarrett Williams from the UK, Adrian Vignacotto from Spain, Rene John from Austria, Simone Curcio from Italy, Luc Vandenberg from the Netherlands. So we have 2 large-scale off-road racers in this one. last year's four-wheel drive champion Sven Rodewald and this year's two-wheel drive champion Luc Vandenberg. Didier Dehaan from France, Ramon Schmidt from Switzerland, Karsten Wolf from Germany, Ewan Moriad from France, and Sebastian Mancia from Sweden. So 13 racers in this one, and we've got 13 drivers out on the track. So fantastic. It's good to see. Luc Vandenberg looking pretty quick. John Carroll. Vandenberg on 24:10:03. So that's pretty good. 24:10:01 for Simone Curcio. These are going to be the two fastest at the moment. The order will be changing as they come across the line the first few laps, and then it'll start to even itself out with the predicted times. It's because these drivers are all on their own individual race clocks. The computer adds up the predicted times, or adds up their lap times in this run, and averages. Oh my goodness, averages them out. Oh my gosh, I can't even say the word. Wow, I must be more tired than I thought. Takes the average of all the completed lap times so far and extrapolates them out into a predicted forecasted time at the end of 10 minutes. So Simone Curcio on a 24 lap run predicted in 10 minutes and 2 seconds. Vandenberg 24:10:09. Rodewald 10:02. That's 23 laps, so it's a bit slower than Curcio at the moment. So Curcio now improving to a 24:10:01. You might be able to get to a 25 lap pace. Speaking of which, let's see what Vanderbilt did there on his run. That was a 25:10:16. So anyone who does better than 25 laps in 10:16 pace is going to bump Vanderbilt down from that 7th position overall, because they'll almost certainly also have a better throwout time. So that's the time to look at for Luke. For Rick. Meanwhile, there's just under 6 minutes left in this one. It's qualifying Group 4 of qualifying Round 4. 2 rounds to count and 2 rounds to throw out. Simone Curcio also with the best lap time, 24.7. It's not too shabby. I mean, it's only a 1.1 seconds off of Emanuele D'Amico's fastest lap time, but you know, who's counting? So under 5 minutes now. So Curcio still on a good run. Slightly better run at the moment for Patrick Muller. He's running 3 seconds faster than Curcio. Vandenberg also running a few seconds faster than Curcio. Curcio had a slow lap that time, 30.7 instead of a 25, a high 27. So he's lost several seconds there. So that's going to cost him significantly. Vandenberg and Muller both on a 24-lap 10:10 pace, and Vignacoto on a 10:14. Williams on a 10:13, and so is Didier Dehaene. So all of those drivers going faster than Curcio at the moment, who's on a 24:10.24. So that's a very significant, costly lap on that one for Curcio. I imagine it was just he must have made a mistake or gone wide in a couple corners. Very possible that Curcio made a mistake or got caught up with a back marker, and then just put him off. Distraction going through the infield. So just letting you guys know now, I'll pop out a couple more reminders as well later after each of these races. But just so you know, at the end of the next heat, which is the fastest and final heat for Group 4, we're going to just let you guys know who are watching on the Polestart YouTube, on the Polestart TV YouTube channel. There will be a new live stream starting at 2:15 after the lunch break, and so just letting you all know that, and I will endeavor to remember that. Just to let you all know. So Curcio on a 24-lap 10:13 pace, he's slower than Vignacoto and Vandenberg still, but he's trying to recover. He's actually throwing down some pretty quick lap times. 25 flat that last time around. It's 0.3 and 0.4, 0.5 seconds faster than many of the racers around him. 25.1 last time around. He's certainly faster on a lap, but that one mistake that cost him about 5 or 6 seconds, very, very costly in the overall time, with 40 seconds left in the final round of qualifying for him. So this will shake up the order a little bit. From positions probably anywhere from 10 to 15 in the overall qualifying. So it's but I think the important thing is for the racers who don't like the round by round qualifying and prefer the rocket round format, rocket round being where a single qualifying run really affects things. If this was his TQ run, he at least has other rounds to fall back on. So it's more about consistency rather than trying to go for a single fast run. And it looks like Vandenberg and Vignacoto are going to be finishing ahead of Curcio. So Curcio actually making up 3 or 4 positions there overall in the end. And finishing on pace, just 0.3 of a second ahead of Jarrett Williams and 1.5 seconds ahead of Patrick Muller. So he clawed back a lot of time right at the very end. But Vandenberg and Vignacoto finishing ahead of him. So next group up already, Group 6, the fastest and the final group of touring, well, of everybody here basically. We have the dominant man on form, Emanuele D'Amico from Italy, running a Mechatech. He's TQ'd 3 of the 3 rounds already this weekend. So what is he going to be doing in this final round? Let's assume that he is going to be doing some tire testing. And let's assume that he's going to finish at least, if not on top, he's going to finish second or third, depending on what sort of tire testing he's going to be doing. And look at that traction coming out of that corner. All that is rubber. All that, the black marks here, that is literally rubber from the tires. Chasing D'Amico is, we've got Undheim, Feldman, Vaselli, Verbrugge, and Arnaldi are the only ones who are in a mathematical possibility of taking second overall and therefore going directly into the main final. So we are going to be watching those drivers very, very closely. Just making a note in writing. We're looking at Feldman, Vaselli, Verbrugge, who's another former European champion from a few years back, and Arnaldi, who's 3-time European champion. So basically, most of the remaining European champions in the previous European champions in this field are going to be chasing him down. All of them except for Arnaldi are on 6 points after 3 rounds of qualifying. Arnaldi, the only way he can take second place overall is to TQ this run. So let's go to the live timing screen. Everyone has checked in, and we're just waiting for everyone to start their first lap of timing. You can see the pink clock in the top middle of the screen. It just resets every time someone comes across. And there we go. That's the last driver to cross. Privo is the first one to come across with a 24.4 lap pace. Arnaldi with a 24.4, 24.2 for Feldman. Vaselli with a 24.3. Arnaldi at 24.4 is not going to be quick enough. That's literally the slowest lap that D'Amico did in the last round. So where's D'Amico? D'Amico with a 24.1 for to finish his second lap. No, that was his first lap. D'Amico coming across with a 24.3. Okay, that's a pretty slow one, to be honest, for him. D'Amico's fastest lap time was 23.8. The next driver with a anywhere close is Feldman with a 23.9 in the last round. But the track is hot. The clouds are out. The grip has come up. So the track is very, very, very different from this morning. 24 flat for D'Amico. He's not taking it easy. I don't think he's testing tires at all. He is out there to do another qualifying run. Feldman popping up in the top spot again with a 24.2. He's on a 25.10.08 pace. D'Amico taking that back over 24 flat, 25.10.03 pace for him. Prevo popping in the top spot, 25.10.11. Prevost, D'Amico, Verbrugge, Feldman popping back up in there, 25.10.08. Vaselli on 25.10.11. D'Amico at 25.10 flat. So again, he wants that 4th round TQ as well. Prevost not in the fight to take 2nd, but he's certainly looking pretty fast. Not quite as fast as Feldman, who's a 25.10.07. So who are our protagonists to possibly take 2nd place is Feldman, who's already up there. Verbrugge he's there or thereabouts. He's a couple positions behind, just ahead of Vaselli, who's popped, just ahead of Vaselli. Undheim, another one there or thereabouts, but not quite quick enough. Arnoldi running a bit behind everyone else. I'm going to guess it's after 6.5 minutes left in this one. I'm going to guess it's going to be the real fight is going to be between Verbrugge and Feldman, possibly Vaselli, but I think Verbrugge is on a 25.10.03 pace. Feldman's on a 25.10.07. D'Amico on a 25.10.06. Fastest lap time for anyone is a 23.9 for D'Amico. Next fastest is a 24 flat from Verbrugge. So single fastest lap, not necessarily indicative of who's going to finish on top, but in this case, it holds true. 24 flat for Verbrugge. Yeah, he's the only one that's... Oh, and is that Feldman as well? No. Undheim. Undheim is the only other one on a 24 flat. But we're looking at Feldman, Verbrugge, Vaselli, D'Amico. Verbrugge is on almost the same pace as D'Amico. They're teammates. Verbrugge knows what it's like to stand on the top step of the Euros podium. D'Amico, never been there. He's looking super, super strong. And a great way to come back after last year's debacle with what happened in Groningen. It's on a 10.04 pace now. Verbrugge on a 10.06 with 4.5 minutes left. Prevost popping up in the top spot, but Feldman, D'Amico, Verbrugge still there. It's going to be between Verbrugge and Feldman. Verbrugge looking to be, at the moment, top dog of, at least for 2nd place. D'Amico, half a second ahead on overall time. Half a second faster than Verbrugge. Now a lot faster than Verbrugge's a 1.5 faster now. So did Verbrugge have a slow lap there? Not really, 24.2. Feldman with the 24.3. D'Amico with a very slow lap for him, 24.5. That's literally the slowest lap that I've seen from him in qualifying. May have gotten caught up behind some back markers. Another 24.5 for Prevost, so also a slow one for him. Feldman with the 24.2, so that's going to let him catch up. And Verbrugge with the 24.3. But 0.2 of a second over 10 minutes is... It's not a lot. It's not enough to catch up and get a 0. These guys still chasing a 2-point overall finish. D'Amico on a 10.06. Verbrugge just the tiniest bit ahead. Just the tiniest bit ahead. D'Amico can still take it. He has... he's about 0.05 of a second off taking the overall. And there's still 2 minutes left. With the 23.9 second lap that last time. So he backs up. Or he recovers, I should say, from a 25 or 24.5 second lap. He backs it up with the 23.9 and a 23 flat to again take the overall lead at the moment. Half a second ahead of Verbrugge. I think it's going to be Verbrugge for second in after the qualifying has been counted. Feldman, Hetland popping up in there with a 25.10.09 pace, but it's not going to be quite enough, and he's not one of the mathematical challengers for second place overall. Remember this battle, the reason why we're looking at these other racers rather than D'Amico specifically is because D'Amico is guaranteed to be pole position and going straight into the main final, but it's also second place goes into the main final and skips entirely all of the subfinals and all of the semis. So there's no need for them to run and get stressed out and have to rebuild their car. So D'Amico is already in it, and we're looking for Verbrugge, Feldman, Undheim, Vaselli. Arnaldi has pulled off the track somewhere, some few laps back. Verbrugge on a 10.05 pace, 25.10.05. D'Amico is recovered to a 25.10.04.3. And the first racer is starting to finish now. Donovan has finished. Arnaldi finished with less than 10 seconds left on the master clock. Feldman is finished on a 25.10.08 pace. Hetland on a 25.10.09. And all of the other racers, most of them coming across in the massive big group. D'Amico finishing on top. Verbrugge taking second spot. And I believe that's going to be second place on the main final grid. Everybody else is going to have to finish and start in the semifinals at best. So we will wait a minute or so, and we are starting our lunch break. Just as a reminder, if you're watching on Pullstart TV, please just be aware that on the Pullstart TV YouTube channel, there will be a new live broadcast that will be starting on there. And we're also going to see, I think before then, we're going to see an interview with the TQ. So I will just mute myself. But meanwhile, until we return from our lunch break, thank you very much for joining us. This is the EFRA large-scale touring car and F1 European Championships from Lostallo in Switzerland at the MRTM Club. Thank you very much for Pullstart TV for providing the images. My name is Frank from RC Racing TV. Thank you to our sponsors, SCS M2, RC Fox, RCCarOnline.de, Samba, and Mechatech.
close the...
Sorry.
So, dear Polestar TV viewers, we have here the fastest man of the track this week. Incredible performance, 4 qualifications, won all of them. Emanuele D'Amico.
Hi everyone. Yes, it's been incredible right now, and everything worked perfectly. And yeah, let's see for tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. And I think during the whole year you were dominating this category. Incredible performance. I think you had a lot of practice, and you did everything for this, what has just happened.
Yeah, I did a lot of practice in these years, and almost every weekend. And seems like hard work pays off. So yeah, very happy.
Yeah. So you use the Megatech car with the new Megatech engine, PMT tires, and this looks like to be a good package for this track.
Yes. Also, all the team with Megatech engine and Megatech car works amazingly good. And yes, seems everything is fine, and yeah, super happy.
So you will not have a semi-final because you are directly to the final. Will you change anything on the car for the final?
There are still some things that I have to think of on the setting of the car, but just some small adjustments since the car from the whole week has been amazing. Just some small adjustment, but I think we will see in the free practice.
Okay, so have a good afternoon and relax and come back fresh tomorrow.
For sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. From the 4 qualifications, how many you won?
The first one and the last one.
Okay. So we have here the TQ man of the sport class of this 2024 on-road Euros, and he is Dennis Tyson. So Dennis, tell us something about your qualification.
The first qualification went really good. In the second one I had a mechanical issue, and in the third one I had a driver issue, and in the fourth one it worked out.
Great. So you enjoyed this week?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, nice guys, and yeah, we have a great time.
Yes, and especially that we have 149 drivers.
Yeah, it's amazing. You can see the camping is full, beautiful atmosphere and everything. Yeah, lovely.
Okay, so you are also directly to the final. So you will just check your car and see what happens tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow we have a small practice, and maybe we change something, and then let's see.
Okay, good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you.